What's up, good people? Let me know that you can hear me in the chat by letting me know where you are viewing from. I'm still pulling some pieces of the show together, but I wanted to have y'all in the chat letting me know that you can hear me and where you are viewing from while we let the intro play. We have a lot to cover, a lot to get into. We are doing a live watch of Diddy's bail appeal hearing. And so we're just going to be chilling, reviewing some information, chit-chatting, taking polls, giving our 2 cents, all while we wait to hear if Diddy's attorneys are successful at getting him his free. So with that, again, let me know that you can hear me by letting me know where you're viewing from while the intro plays.
Hey, poppin' like I'm supposed to. Watch out for the people that ain't close to. Speak a little something you could toast to. I ain't tryna hear about what you won't do. Moving like I'm into. Hit the ground running like the rent do. Speak a little something that you're into. I ain't tryna hear about what you been through. Like hold up, say what's the hold up. I got the pack, who got the roll up? I'm tryna pull up. It seem like every time I show up, it gotta go up. See the drip, they see the glow up. Oh, now they know us. See, it's funny how my pockets out of shape, but I fit for the flex. Clear the phone call, hit my chick with a text. Parlay through the bird with my drip from the jets. Save a couple hundred by your with the rest. I prefer my reefer with Henny and Coke. Please don't be stingy, got plenty to smoke. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live. Seem like they doing the most for the clout. Did what I said so they know what I'm about. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live.
All right, we are back. And I'm partially set up. Please hit that like button if you haven't and share this video. I forgot to put the poll out to see how many of you have already done so, but I'm hoping it's the great majority of you. We need to let YouTube know through your likes that this is the kind of content that we cover, because I've done some deep dive research trying to figure out what was happening with my views. And I realized that YouTube has abandoned my audience. So please hit that like button to let YouTube know that you are interested in this content, so that it will show it to more of our viewing family. And what's up to our executive channel members? We got Shanice, I see, B Hunt, Terry Bland, Saint Center, Fifi, SSing Jing, I don't know how to pronounce your name, and his MJ 2017, and B Hunt if I didn't say it, and everyone else who is in the chat. We greatly appreciate you. Thank you, CJ. CJ saying nice cut. Yes, just got a haircut. That's why I'm a little discombobulated, because I knew I told y'all we was going live at 2, and life was lifing again today. If you're on Patreon, you know what life was doing yesterday. I gave an update this morning and a quick little pre-recorded video. And then y'all, life after I left the house after recording that video for you. So if you're on Patreon, we'll talk about them, share more. Anyway, I'm still here. God is good. So what we're going to do, as I was saying, for those who are just joining, if you've been under a rock, Diddy, aka P Diddy, aka Sean Diddy Combs, aka love equals hate. I guess in his case, love equals hate. He was accused of trafficking, and he has racketeering and conspiracy and trafficking. Oh, I gotta adjust my mind. We're on YouTube. And he was charged on yesterday. He was charged the day before yesterday. On yesterday, he, thank God not we, he had a arraignment to see if he would be able to have his free and be able to roam about with the rest of us normal people while the FBI, the prosecutors, etc., continue to put their case together for a trial. He had that hearing, arraignment hearing on yesterday morning, yesterday all day. They argued it. His attorneys said they wanted him to have his free because he'd been so kind, he'd been so great. He knew they was after him. He knew they was investigating, and he came to New York to save them from having to look for him. I told him that they was gonna come after him, and he said, okay, I'll show up there and I'll just wait till they ready. So they like, because Diddy came to New York on his own volition, he didn't know when they was, gonna execute and all of that. He decided to come because he's like, whenever y'all ready, I'm here. We working together. We're a partner. This is a partnership, look, give and take, He acting like he working with them. So that was his attorney's argument for, well, part of it. We're going to get into more of it because they're all of us gaslighting, if you ask me. But part of it was he said, hey, he actually has been cooperating, et cetera, et cetera. The U.S. attorney was like, he ain't cooperating. That ain't nothing special he done did by being available. We was going to get him whether he wanted to be available or not. It's like, what? Also, and I don't want to give too much away, but also part of Diddy's attorney's argument is he keeps making the case as if it's only about Cassie. Like there's only one person involved in this. And it's like, hello, where you been? Where you been? They got how many? 50, almost 50-something witnesses or whatever. And he acting like it's just about Cassie. We gonna see it. We gonna see it some gaslighting, I tell you. So anyway, so long story short, on yesterday, for those of you who weren't around and did not hear, Diddy was not given bail. They said he is a flight risk. He's very wealthy. He's a billionaire. He has access to many ways to get around the system if he was put out on bail or in house arrest. They say even if he was put out on house arrest, the crimes and schemes that he's been accused of and the horrible predatory behavior, all of that could still be done with a monitor, an ankle monitor on. Who knows? The ankle monitor don't detect baby oil and lube. It don't detect you rugging somebody to get them to do whatever you want to do and control them. It don't detect when you stumping somebody. So they like, he could still be doing all the stuff he's been accused of while on house arrest. He ain't doing us no favors. So they like, nah, we need to send him somewhere where we can keep our eye on him. So that's where they're at. But his attorney on yesterday stated that he wants to appeal it. And that's what's happening today at 3:30 Eastern. He wants to appeal. So basically into almost 18 minutes. He wants to appeal it and appeal the denial of bail to try to get Diddy off. From what I saw in some of the interviews that I caught as I was trying to pull this together for y'all, he's arguing the same stuff he argued yesterday. The difference is they had a magistrate judge that was sitting in for the situation on yesterday. Today, it will be heard by the actual, I think, trial judge, if I understood correctly. So he's thinking, what had happened was we had somebody, she ain't know nothing about nothing, and she not really involved in this case. So we gonna talk to the real judge, and the real judge gonna understand what I'm saying. That's what his attorney going for. We'll see. That's why we hanging out today. We're gonna see what happens. So just a quick overview. What to know about Combs' arrest. The music mogul was arrested on, what was that, Monday? I forgot the date, y'all. The 15th at the Park Hyatt Hotel on West 57th Street. And in a federal indictment, which was unsealed on yesterday, Combs was charged with racketeering, trafficking, and transportation to engage in happy adult fun time that people pay for. The charges are tied to the freak-offs, which we have heard a ton about, and coercing S acts that Combs allegedly orchestrated, which means he put them together and also recorded. There's conversation that he recorded it for a multitude of reasons. One, because he a freak, clearly. And then the other part was they were saying that he recorded it because he used it as a means to control and blackmail those parties who were involved in those tapings of the Happy Adult Fun Time. Or should I say sad? It's sad adult fun time. Well, sad adult time, if he in control of it, obviously, clearly. And then his attorney said that he had pled not guilty and he will fight. He was quoted as saying, he will fight this with all his energy. Combs faced a wave of lawsuits, one as recent as last week with that prisoner man. I guess I'll dig into that at some point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to replay for those who may not have seen it and refresh our memories, because I think we're going to be here a little while. Yesterday, I wasn't quite prepared. Today, I'm prepared. We might be here a few hours. We'll see. But I'm going to play the after court press conference where after Diddy's attorney got the news that he couldn't run amok and bamboozle the magistrate judge, he came out and talked about how Diddy wasn't coming with him.
So we want to know, right? Who's going to be watching Jesse and Delilah? Everybody down in front. Who's going to be watching the kids?
All right. So this was the first step. We have a bail.
I'm going to interrupt and pause here, there, give commentary. If you want to see the whole thing, it's definitely on YouTube somewhere. Find it. So what I found interesting is the reporter is yelling out, and I caught this because I didn't notice that she was yelling it out in the beginning, but she yelled it out at the end as well. Who's taking care of the kids? Who's gonna be taking care of the kids? Like ain't no other adults around. Like P. Diddy was the primary caregiver of the babies. Quit playing with us. Some of these questions, come on now.
Appeal scheduled for tomorrow at 3:30 in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case. I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think it came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime.
So you see how he takes that approach. So we are going to go through the indictment if we have time for all that. I have all that prepared as well. His attorney really is leaning in real heavy. And we're going to watch an interview that he did with I forgot which news station, but that reporter was on him. I'm so glad. He's leaning in like this whole thing is only about Cassie's civil suit, and all of a sudden it became a criminal suit, and it's only about his interaction with her. He was with her. You know how crazy exes are. That's he trying. Y'all know we've heard that narrative over here before. We're gonna stay on one person at a time. But you know how crazy exes is. They was together for 10 years. There wasn't nothing happening. Where we get all these other people that's coming out and 50-something witnesses? And you trying to act like this is only about Cassie. And how about the reputation he had even before, during, and after Cassie? Get out of here with that. Gaslighting. We're supposed to know it. We're supposed to ignore everybody else who didn't ever reported that these have been their experiences also. What about Kim Porter? Rest in peace, rest in power. Because I believe she's up in heaven working some stuff out. We supposed to forget that happened? This ain't just about Cassie. She was one of the people, but this ain't just about her. She was the catalyst to get us to this moment, but this ain't just about Cassie. Quit playing in our face. Quit playing in our face. Y'all know how I feel about people playing in our face.
There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again. And we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
Where is he being detained?
I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question. I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith. He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for 1 day before the case started, or for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. The government didn't want him to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want him to turn himself in? Because then they can't ask for detention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest a guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we're going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make him as much as we can until we get him out. So that's all I have.
So his attorney's plan, based on what he's telling us right there in this moment, is to beat a dead horse. Sir, your argument didn't work the first time, and I'm gonna give him some grace, and say, okay, you want to come back today because you have the opportunity to meet with the official magistrate judge, I'm assuming, for the trial. So you're like, well, maybe if I present it in front of this judge instead, they'll buy it. Okay, I'm gonna give you that. But if today, which I'm pretty sure most of us, if today he is still denied, which I'm sure he probably will be, but if you don't go sit down and start working on how you're gonna gaslight and argue this case, because you can argue this day after day for the next probably 8 months before we get, I don't know, this might move a little faster. But 6 to 8 months or so before we get a trial, or maybe 3 to 6 or 3 to 8, whatever. You might as well work on that, because Diddy ain't going nowhere. If they deny it today, I don't believe that they'll be able to argue it a couple of weeks from now. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know that much about the legal system, but I'm just saying. Because they saying part of the reason they don't want to give him bail, is because of the fact that he was, witness tampering. I forgot to mention that part. Witness tampering, the fact that the nefarious things he's been accused of, the predatory things he's been accused of, he could still do those things with an ankle monitor, and no one will be the wiser. And y'all know he paying everybody left and right. He still got money, so he can still pay the people who watching him to keep quiet. Might have a few more unalivings. Ain't no telling. He can't be trusted amongst the rest of us.
Yeah, tomorrow. Wait, what was the question? We're appealing. We're no bail. He's detained.
We're appealing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold him without bail. Tomorrow at 3:30. 3:30, same place.
Will he be here?
Bail appeal. Bail appeal tomorrow at 3:30, same courtroom, different judge. He's doing fine. He's a fighter. And he's going to fight this. All right, I'm going to go. Thanks. I don't get into that stuff.
Okay. How are the twins? Are they doing okay?
I'm gonna take it out. How are the twins? Are they doing okay? The twins ain't got nothing to do with this. Them babies don't know what's happening. The other adults, hopefully ones that wasn't involved in none of this, are taking care of the babies like they've been taking care of them. Who was that person from TMZ or just some random blogger or something? How are the twins? He is not the primary caregiver of those children. He just gives the money to the people who are the primary caregivers. Get out of here with the foolishness. We got so many other real questions out here. What happened? What really happened with Kim Porter? Those are the questions. I'll be sure. There's been suspicion that his illness was purposeful. What does Diddy say about that? Those are the questions you need to be asking. Let me get over there. Give me your mic, girl. Give me your mic. I saw a video title that said Mary J. Blige might also have been one of the previous victims. Tell us about that. Don't give me that mic asking them silly ass questions. Say his attorney is the whole joke. I'm on VLB Reacts. Right, he's going to be shown to be innocent in what lifetime? Exactly. Let me get to a couple star questions. I'm going to move on to the next segment. Oh, Lord Jesus. Y'all got to help, but bear with me and keep me on task because my brain is a little overwhelmed with a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with YouTube. So I don't want to forget that we are on a watch for the actual press conference after his denial, because we're expecting a denial. I mean, I'm going to put a poll question. I'm pretty sure the majority of us expecting another denial of his bail. But anyway, so I have it on Law and Crime. If any of you know someone else who's streaming it, because I think like yesterday, it's probably best if I have it streaming on 2 different platforms because they sometimes be getting different angles and stuff. But I didn't get deeply into trying to figure out all that. Didn't have time really. Okay, so we're gonna keep that on the monitor up there so I don't forget. Because I was like, wait a minute. Next thing you know, they be talking and we missing it because I'm over here yammering. Sadly, some men who have some authority, wealth, and power doesn't change a man. They only reveal him. Yes, and it's close to what Alice was saying on yesterday. That basically money just enhances who a person is. If they're a good person, they become a better person. They do good things. If they're an evil person, they do more evil things with their money. They become worse. D Crooks, prime example. When they was broke, they wasn't bothering nobody. Gave them a little change, and now they want to harass people every day, all day, drama all the time. Anyway, Kim and Diddy doing the same thing. His stuff just been more behind the scenes. Kimmy K, because he got real money, not a fake millionaire. Kimmy K says, do you think he cried in his cell last night? I don't know, y'all, because he's such a, maybe like once he's really convicted and becomes real, maybe, but I don't know. He's such a sociopath. He probably think he gonna get away with this still. Okay, thank you. I see Tay81 saying the AP is streaming it. Thank you, because that's what we were watching from yesterday. So let me pull it up before I forget. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all for helping me produce this because it's a lot to keep track of all at once. Oh, they doing the White House press briefing right now. Okay, at 2:26 p.m. Oh, it look like it should be done. Oh, here it is. Here it is. God dog it. Hold on. I'm trying to grab it real quick if I can. Here we go. I think that's it. The kids just went in, y'all. We missed it. Why are they doing that? Okay, well, we missed that part, and now the screen doing something else. Okay, let me put this over here. So we're gonna still stream on the AP, but I'm gonna put it to the side. Hold on, there it is. What they showing there? Oh, now they're at the same entrance as so they were at the main entrance and now they're at the side entrance. The main entrance is where his kids went in. We missed it again. Okay, we can take this down for now. Okay, where we at? I miss Wendy Williams. She would have had a field day with this news. Yes, absolutely. I actually was thinking about her the other day too, because it's like Wendy been telling us for years. He even tried to cancel her. He tried to get her beat up by Total, all kind of stuff. Man, oh my God, Wendy. I mean, she's lucid enough. Wendy, you sure you can't at least get on the phone, call a radio station or something? Give us something, Wendy. Give us something. At least I told you so. Let somebody go live put on a live on Instagram. Oh my God. that video with him and his mother getting IV drops, that kiss on the lips, pretty creepy incest vibes. I haven't seen that. Where did you see that at, friend? Where can we find that? Oh, is it Lala or Lola? I think it's Lala. Lala is saying, I didn't do it. I think we might go back to that. Tim Norman ain't gonna be the only one yelling, I didn't do it. Sad. Nurse Betty, who was taking care of the kids during the freak offs, is what she should have been asking. Right, exactly. Some of these reporters need to request a refund from the school they attended. They obviously didn't learn anything. Right. And who knows? I mean, that may be an educated journalist, or it could be a blogger. They don't tell it. I don't know how they working it out with this one. Okay, so we done that. We saw the press conference from yesterday with his attorney proclaiming that Diddy is innocent and he will be vindicated. Wait a minute, don't this sound familiar to Tim Norman? don't this sound familiar? He will be vindicated. He's innocent. We tell you, they making it all up. He didn't do it. They trying to set him up. It's the FBI. Sound real familiar. So his attorney gaslights us yesterday during that brief press conference. And then he actually, well, I'll do it this way. I'll do it this way. Then he ended up on an interview. Oh, and I got to pull this up. Here we go. He ended up on an interview with CNN where he was interviewed and went more in depth. And so this is very interesting. He talked to Kathleen Collins over on CNN. So I'm a screen share. Hold on. Let me see. Screen share. Here it is. Okay, it's 10 minutes long, so it's good. It's good too, because she didn't let him just get away with saying anything. She was holding his feet to the fire. Loved it. She did an amazing job.
What prosecutors were arguing is not only does your client pose a flight risk, because obviously he's incredibly wealthy, has access to planes and a lot of staff, even though you said he turned over his passport 2 months ago. They were also worried about him being able to interfere with witnesses and calling them. And so I guess the question is, how do you assure the court that that won't happen if prosecutors are saying this is someone who's attempted to bribe security staff and has already threatened and interfered with witnesses?
So I think that the most important thing, even more important than the passport, is that Mr. Combs came to New York on September 5th. As soon as we realized that this indictment was going to be coming down in a matter of weeks, maybe months, but sometime soon, Mr. Combs got on a plane, left his home in Florida, flew to New York. I called the prosecutors myself. I said, Mr. Combs is in New York. Do you want to know where he is? If you want to know where he is, I'll tell you where he is. But he wants to surrender. He's here to surrender. They didn't want him to surrender, because if he surrenders, they don't get to tell the judge that he's a flight risk and he's a danger.
How about they wasn't ready? How you gonna tell me how I'm in control of a situation and you gonna tell me when I'm gonna arrest you? Now, we ready now? No, you gonna let us take care of it and go through all of our processes, because if we skip a step, then that's gonna be a loophole for you to find yourself back out on the streets. Hell no, we ain't ready. When we ready, we ain't even gonna tell you. We just gonna show up. How about that? And he like, but we told them we was ready, and they wasn't. You see, what they was really trying to do is make it where they could tell the judge he a risk. No, he's clearly a risk. he proved that with his crimes.
Because who
and the witness tampering, when he found out they were investigating him,
who as a danger and a flight risk would fly to New York and surrender. So they didn't want him to surrender.
So since September 5th, you had known, you expected it was likely he was going to formally face charges.
So I really knew he was formally going to face charges on March 25th, the day of the searches, when Homeland Security searched his Los Angeles home, his Miami home, and his airplane. I knew that day by looking at the search warrants. I mean, I've been doing this for a while. This is not my first or 100th rodeo, that this was going to come as a matter of time. What I realized in early September is that it was coming soon. And so it was time for Mr. Combs to come to New York, which he did. And let me just point out one very important thing. The prosecutors are seizing on something that happened 8 years ago. You know, this video that we've all seen, and this
is him gaslighting again, y'all. So again, he's trying to keep don't let him distract y'all. Because what he's trying to do, a lot of people have learned a lot from Trump, I tell you. He's gaslighting, talking about, yeah, and this is really from 8 years ago. You know, the video y'all saw, I understand y'all saw the video of him dragging and pummeling Cassie in the hotel. They trying to bring up that old stuff. That's what this really about. No. That was the piece of evidence we actually saw in the public. That was showing the pattern. That was actually captured one of the days during one of the days-long freak-offs. But that is not the only reason. He let him tell it, Cassie, and that one incident and them breaking up after a 10-year relationship is the only reason Puffy is in jail right now. That's the only reason he in jail. Well, you don't quit playing our face.
It's a bad video for Mr. Combs, and he said so himself when he gave his apology. This is 8 years ago, and the prosecutors are talking about him bribing a hotel security worker. There was no criminal investigation. This was just a matter of personal embarrassment because he and the person in the video were in the midst of a 10-year relationship. That was difficult at times, that was toxic at times, but it was mutually so. And this whole notion that Mr. Combs is forcing drugs on someone is just...
We're supposed to ignore all the evidence. And I have to interrupt this for anybody like, well, you keep stopping. I have to, copyright. We got to interrupt. For anybody who is listening to him gaslight, let him tell it again. This is only about Cassie. And they were in a 10-year relationship, and both people, neither one of them was perfect. They had some issues in the relationship. You know, she maybe found out about somebody and they was arguing. You know, people have arguments in their relationship. What does that have? And he never drugged nobody.
Nonsensical, and it's going to prove to not be true.
Well, on that video, he initially denied the allegations when his then girlfriend, who is in that video, filed a lawsuit last fall. And we have that video. I should note CNN was the first outlet to exclusively report on it. He denied that happened when she filed it in a complaint. And then when the video came out is when he apologized for it.
So I wasn't his lawyer back then. So I don't, and I don't think he denied. I mean, I think the lawyers were the ones mostly making the denials.
So let him tell. Now, I will give it to him. He good at gaslighting. I will give it to him. But let him tell it. Diddy, a billionaire who hires attorneys and is a control freak, allow his attorneys to write whatever they wanted to the public in regards to his involvement with Cassie and what we ended up seeing to be true. So when when the lie came out that Cassie was lying, because that's what they were saying, that Cassie was lying, he ain't had nothing to do with it. He ain't know nothing about it. This control freak billionaire didn't know nothing about it. Diddy controls, and I'm used to calling him Puffy, so forgive me. I'm from the 90s, y'all, when he was Puffy. So I may go back and forth. But we know that Puffy, aka P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka Love, that's an example of how much he controls his image. This nigga done changed his image, what was that, 4 or 5 times? And it's probably another one I'm missing. Sean Combs, Sean Diddy Combs, Sean John. I mean, the list goes on and on. But we supposed to believe that this one huge major, this is the biggest thing that has ever happened in his career. For a star in a Hollywood Walk of Fame, this is literally the biggest thing that has ever happened in his career, especially in a negative way. Even the shootout at the club when he was with J-Lo, This is bigger than that. And you want us to believe that his attorneys just sent out whatever they wanted without him having no approval of it? Boy, if you don't quit playing our face. Do you know he had him? They would not be alive. This is who we talking about. He's like a mobster. It's like Goodfellas over there in at Bad Boy Enterprises. Ain't no way. Even them attorneys know they better not have sent nothing out without his approval. Get out of here with this. No, the attorney sent it. You know, I don't know if he really. I wasn't his attorney back then, but I don't know if he actually said it. He said it because when he finally came and did the video, because it really had hit the ish had really hit the fan, he did it and explained it was a dark period in my life. I wasn't really lying, but you know, I had omitted a very dark period in my life. The whole first half of your life? Is that what we talking about? It's looking very dark.
I think they were denying sex crimes. I mean, because at the end of the day, the gravamen of that civil complaint wasn't a misdemeanor assault, which is what you see on that video. Not minimizing it, but it's a misdemeanor assault. What the gravamen of the complaint was sex crimes, and he denied that, and he still does.
Well, and you're saying that this is all just about that one relationship, but when you read through the indictment, they say that there's not just one victim. They say there's multiple victims here.
Look at her calling it out. Right. You keep pointing at one person, but they're saying it's multiple. But listen to his answer for that. He good at gaslighting, though. I'll give it to him.
Today, and what I heard described was they said they have 50 witnesses or victims.
Yeah, I think it's 49 witnesses and one victim. I think if you broke it down, and I say that because count 2, which is the sex trafficking count, has victim number 1, and there is no victim number 2 anywhere in the indictment.
So you're saying that there are not other women, because what they were essentially arguing here is that he coerced and forced women into sex acts by using physical force, financial pressure, emotional abuse, and narcotics for what they described as these freak-off sessions. They're saying that he self-described them as that.
Yeah, there's one victim in the indictment. That's the charging document.
One victim does count, right?
No, of course, but I'm just not. It's not 50. I mean, what they did, it's a little too cute, is it's 50 witnesses or victims. Well, it's one victim. That's all that's in the indictment.
Our reporter who was in the courtroom today said that he appeared to have a stunned expression on his face. Was he surprised that he was arrested last night?
No, he definitely was not. I mean, I told him myself in early September, you are going to be arrested soon, and you're going to be charged with racketeering, and you're going to be charged with sex trafficking. So come to New York. It wasn't a long.
I'm going to close this poll and put out another one. Do you believe he was? Diddy might have not been shocked that he got arrested, but he may have been shocked in that courtroom when he started hearing all the evidence of what they got against him. Poll question we're closing out. Do you think that Diddy will be denied bail again today? 88% of you say yes, and 12% of you are optimistic, or you huge fans, or I don't know. We'll see, though. Y'all might be right. The 12% might be right, and the 88% of us, well, add me in there, 89% of us might be wrong. I've got my poker. I'm gonna keep playing it, and it'll come back to me.
Conversation. He agreed. So we knew this was coming, and in fact, we offered that he would turn himself in.
So if there are these witnesses and victims, and as you're saying that you believe it's one victim and 49 witnesses who saw this behavior, that's pretty powerful, though, to have that many people who have, if they go to court and argue that they witnessed this behavior by your client.
Well,
what's your defense against that?
So my defense is very well established. I interviewed myself the different men who were being brought sort of into Mr. Combs and this person's intimate situation. I've flown around the country. I've interviewed a large number of them. There's not the slightest inkling, according to the interviews that I've done, of anything that's coercive, non-consensual. Nobody was too drunk. Nobody was too high. These were adults in a relation. This is a 10-year relationship. We can't forget that. This is a 10-year relationship, and it was adults and consensual, and everybody who was there wanted to be there. So I feel very confident in our position.
You said you interviewed the men, but what about the women?
I haven't interviewed the woman. The woman's not available to me. She's presumably a grand jury witness, and we cannot try to interview a grand jury witness.
And you don't think that there are any other women who are going to say that they were coerced into this, given drugs, and essentially as prosecutors were saying that that's what kept them compliant?
So there are a
these
lot
sessions.
of women in these civil cases. There's been a mountain of civil cases ever since the civil case that was filed in November. I don't see them as victims in the indictment. That's my point.
And so when you talk about that video of Cassie Ventura, that was his then girlfriend, in the video, I mean, just when you saw that, you said it's a bad video. It's pretty difficult to watch.
It is, no question. So let me tell you what happened.
Will that be used as evidence in court, do you think?
100%, 100%. So what I said in court today, and I'll say it again here, is the two of them were in a hotel. It was just the two of them in a hotel room. She found out that he was seeing someone else. She was going through his phone. She hit him in the head with his own phone. And then she walks into the hallway with two bags. One of the bags has all of his clothing taken from him, which is why he runs out in a towel. So this isn't her fleeing from one of these freak-offs. Why would she take his clothing? That's not what it is. And when the evidence comes out, this is going to be completely different than the government's portrayed it.
But on this video, and I just want to show that again now, how do you defend against?
So he's saying that that whole incident that we saw was because Cassie found out that Diddy was cheating. Like, she would be surprised about that, but found out that Diddy was cheating. She attacked him with a phone. And then Diddy came out to protect himself by throwing her down and kicking her and everything else. Okay. Closing out this poll question so I can put the next one up. Do you think that this case is only about what Diddy did to Cassie over their 10-year relationship? Wow. I mean, some of y'all, because we got 12% who think he's getting off. I thought some of y'all like real Diddy fans and was going to be like, no, it's only about that. He ain't do nothing. But 100% of y'all, which is rare, we got 100% of anything, said, no, this case ain't just about what he did to Cassie. No matter what his attorney's trying to spin it and say.
Allegations that he hit, kicked, and dragged women when he's on video hitting, kicking, and dragging a woman.
Sure, he's not charged with hitting, kicking, and dragging a woman. He's charged with sex trafficking, and he didn't traffic anybody.
But he's charged with
trafficking, which he was able to do through intimidation tactics, DA, abuse of all kinds, including tossing, throwing, pulling, kicking, slamming, swinging, throwing. So it is about that. It's about that because that's how we got here. He used all those. That what we saw was just a few of the weapons in his arsenal, if you will. Well, if you don't quit playing in our face.
A conspiracy here where he was using physical abuse, emotional.
I just noticed something. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, maybe that's. I was like, ain't no telling. I was trying to see if that was a wet spot. Did she? No, but I think it's a glare. I think it's a glare. And you could tell even by the fact that she's sitting the way she's sitting and it's taking her a minute to recover, to get up, that hurt. All that kicking and stuff, I don't even think the video does justice of the pain she felt with all that.
Using physical abuse, emotional abuse, financial pressure, as prosecutors allege, to keep these women in his fold. Maybe just Cassie Ventura, but keeping these women in the fold.
Cassie Ventura lived by herself. She had her own house. She had a family. She had a career. And he was seeing another woman at the time. He wasn't around a lot. She could have done whatever she wanted to do. All of these allegations of, I was...
Except for date other men, because those men will have their homes broken into and their vehicles exploding in their driveways. Get out of here. What is happening here? What is happening here?
Forced, I was coerced, I had to stay, are nonsense. And it's going to be proven to be so.
That video in the indictment, it alleges that your client paid hotel staff $50,000 to make it disappear from the hotel surveillance system. Did he pay off the hotel staff?
Not that I know of. I know that's an allegation. I don't know that is.
That's how you get out of it. He good. He good. I'm giving it to him. He good. Not that I know of. Meaning, I wasn't there. It don't mean he didn't do it. Not that I know of. I wasn't there. And I purposefully haven't asked him. So I really don't know the truth technically. He good. He good.
It's true. What I was concerned about when I heard about this allegation is whether there was an allegation that there was some sort of law enforcement investigation.
See, because what I was concerned about, like I ain't care about that. But what I was concerned about, you got to pay attention to that. Third eye, third ear. Yeah, see, I don't really know. You know, I wasn't around. I don't know nothing about the tape, what may have made happen. I don't know that. But what I was actually concerned with wasn't that at all.
Investigation pending, because then that would be a crime. But there was none. And so this is not a crime.
You said you're
Bribery ain't a crime if no legal officials are involved in it. Okay, that's what he just told us. Not a crime because it wasn't nobody, no law enforcement involved in it. Meaning the security guards that got paid off, were they law enforcement officials? I'm reading through the lines, reading between the lines. Because of, and what he's alluding to, I don't know how true it is. I guess during the trial we'll find out more. What he's alluding to is whoever got paid to $50K that he don't know nothing about, whoever got paid to $50K may have been security, but maybe they were not law enforcement. So his main concern was, well, whoever you might have paid off, they were security, right? Were they part-time security? Y'all know how some law enforcement officers, they do the side gigs. They have, you know, where they do security at the clubs or at a Walmart or something like that. Wherever, I don't think Walmart, but you know, at a little side store, a little beauty supply in your neighborhood or something. He's like, were they also law enforcement? Because if they were, that makes it illegal. But if they wasn't, oh well, charge it to the game. It ain't illegal. Morally, it is, but not legally.
Oh, you said you're portraying this as adults who were at these events that wanted to be, I shouldn't even call them events. That's not certainly how anyone else would label it, but that they wanted to be there. But they also allege that they were recorded and essentially used as blackmail. Is that not true?
That's not true. That's not true.
How can you prove that when they have electronic evidence that, as they argue, over 90 cell phones, laptops, iCloud storage accounts, 30 electronic and storage devices, hard drives, thumb drives? Yeah. You're not worried about that?
No, because if they had it, they would have put it in the indictment. And it's not in the indictment.
When it comes to your client's credibility, I think people will look at what he said last fall. And it's not just his attorneys. I mean, he pays those attorneys. They're speaking on his behalf. They're the ones calling her claims baseless and ridiculous. And when you read the indictment today, they line up with what she alleged in that lawsuit last fall.
If the claim is that he had unwanted sex with her, that claim is baseless. And it will be proven to be baseless when we have a trial.
But the claim is obviously the conspiracy, the racketeering. It's much larger than just that, obviously, as you know.
It is, but the government wants it to be. But count 2, which is the sex trafficking count, relates to one person and one person alone. All of this talk of dozens of victims and 50 witnesses.
So let him tell it. He's saying the only person that they are saying is a part of this S trafficking is Cassie. And we did see that in one of the complaints that we read months ago. So he's claiming that this is all about Cassie only. Nobody else has been trafficked, or at least they're not included. And wasn't Cassie supposed to be his girlfriend?
This is, if they had that, if they really had it, it would be in the indictment.
Let's go ahead and listen to the U.S. Attorney for.
So that was his attorney, gaslighting y'all. No, hold on, I done clicked on. Oh, here we go. Good. Let me go through a couple more. Let me do this. Read a couple of y'all comments. I'm still keeping a watch. Law and Crime has now, they got, do I want to stop sharing? No, I'm gonna keep sharing it. But Law and Crime, like, they have commentators and stuff up now, so it's making me, I guess they might switch to it, but I still got the AP feed over here, so we should be good. Said the twins are in Los Angeles. Right, they not with Diddy. They ain't in his cell, his jail cell. Where the kids at? Who take care of the babies? What? I have questions. Why is Quincy still hanging around? Shouldn't his loyalty be with his father, I'll be sure? Saying how you would the inflection I'm sure you had. I think in a normal situation, I can definitely see that perspective. But consider this, friend. One, what is Quincy's involvement? Well, remember, I told y'all I ain't taking nobody off the list. Yesterday, I told y'all, ain't nobody coming off the list yet. Not even the twins. Not even the twins. Nobody comes off the list yet. Quincy, one of them people, can't come off the list yet. But that we don't know what Quincy, his daddy, well, his stepdaddy, is a monster. Raised him up on that stuff. He was a kid. Ain't no telling what he been up to and what his name might pop up in. So we gotta wait because he might not be innocent. He might be a part of it. The other piece is, if that is the case, or even if not, keep in mind that Diddy is where the money resides. And money talks and everything else walks. So generally in situations like this, especially in the very beginning, when you have a person with money and power and they're in trouble and they need their camp around them, there's certain people who will stay loyal to them just in case because they benefit from it. And I don't know, it's could or could not be Quincy's situation. I mean, in the sense of his mindset with it. Whereas I'll be sure maybe his real father. However, they didn't have a close relationship. Some say it's because of what Diddy did and tried to push Al B. Sure out, allegedly, and even out of this earth, out of this side of heaven, allegedly. So they are trying to rekindle, from what I've seen, their relationship. So that's part of it too. He's closer, probably been around Diddy more because Diddy made it that way. But also the part of the money and the power piece of it. So that's how I'm looking at it. I don't really expect him to be just, I'm sure Diddy is probably supporting his entire lifestyle. So whether he got a job or a business or whatever. So that's how I'm looking at it. Thelma Jordan is saying he put things in Quincy's name also. So yeah, I don't know. Is there proof of that? Is this street talk, or do we know that for a fact? But that's a great possibility too. We know, we've heard the mama, been hearing that forever. That could be it too. He's in it. He's a part of it. He grew up in it. So yeah, I'm not expecting him. And him and his father have just started to try to repair their relationship. Don is saying it's a very complicated relationship. Yeah, and that part of it too is all complicated. Remember high profile case attorneys put on a great show. He knows that Ninja is done. Yeah, absolutely. They'll never admit defeat to us, the public. Absolutely not. This is a part of him. He's actually trying the case now in these interviews and the press conferences. He's literally trying the case now. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to influence the court of public opinion. Remember, their jurors have to be selected and all of that. We got to go into all of that. This is one of those very high profile cases where it's going to be pretty quite a task to find jurors who don't know nothing about this, etc. You know, not that everybody's following it, but that won't know who he is or have some opinion of him. It'd be a bunch of 99-year-old people Who? Pete Diddy? Puffy? I think I heard the Puffy. Vel, you do a great job. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Dearleen. I think that's if I pronounce it incorrectly, please forgive me. Arnetta is saying he put that scar on Mary J. Blige's face. According to Jaguar Wright, he threw a glass in her face. Yes, and I do know the scar. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so that's the story of. Does Mary J tell a different story about the scar? Or does she not mention where? Because I remember her documentary, but now, like the documentary she had on, I forgot what it was on, but what was that, during the pandemic, maybe? They had the Mary J. Blige documentary, which was actually pretty good, but I can't remember the details. This man ain't gonna get bail. If Weinstein and Epstein couldn't, I know he won't. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Because they got the complexion for the protection. He came to New York to see if he could get into New York Fashion Week and got denied. He's banned. Stop lying, lawyer. Oh, was he also trying? Because he was doing quite a bit of hanging out. It wasn't like he came there and was just, held up in his hotel room. Right, victimizing the victim. Wow. Well, yeah, that's what they do, especially in the, even I was going to say, especially in the courtroom, but they also do it in the court of public opinion, victimizing the victims. Sad world. Okay, so we saw his attorney gaslighting. Then there was also an interview with the female attorney who was out there during the press conference after they came out from the hearing. She actually did an interview as well, and she's pretty much doing the same thing. Hold on, pull that down. Let's pull her up.
That kind of charges. Harvey Weinstein, they were worried about him messing with his ankle bracelet. You can't play with these big celebrities. Just keep him where he is. Why is that not a fair outcome?
Because what he did here was so extraordinary, Chris, that he shouldn't have been denied bail. And we're going to be back at a bail hearing tomorrow before his assigned judge at 3:30. Hopefully he'll get it then. What he did here is on a magnitude of unlike anybody else you could imagine. A week after these public searches were televised, he gave us his passport. His children gave us his passport. He then paid off the mortgage entirely on his Miami home. $18 million, Chris. That is an unbelievable amount of money. He's been trying to sell his plane since the searches happened. Explain
why, other than that he's got a lot of money. Why does it matter that he wanted to pay off the house?
Exactly. Because it's a lot of money. The fact that he has a lot of money and is willing to spend a lot of money and sell things for a lot of money, that's amazing. The fact that he's doing that, what the hell does that got to do with the crime? What the hell does that have to do with his trustworthiness for a bail? He has a lot of money. He's very powerful. He has a plane. He's selling he's wanting to sell the plane. Even ever since the raid, that plane is worth $18 million, and he has just a lot of money and generational wealth, and it's a lot. He's really done a lot with all of his money, and the fact that he's willing to give his money for freedom, that's a big moral move. He's amazing. Like, what? Where you going with this? You ain't saying nothing about his trustworthiness. You say he got money and he got assets that he can liquidate to be able to give that money to somebody to get his freedom. That ain't meant nothing about whether he's trustworthy to be on bail. Playing with us.
What is that instructive of?
It's instructive that he's going to have a bail package ready so that if he was arrested, he would have something ready so that he could get out the next day and show the judge he's taking this very seriously, which he is,
because what this means is he was putting it all together, liquidating assets, et cetera, because he's very serious to let the judge know He want to be free. Again, what does that have to do with his trustworthiness? All I've heard is he rich. He was able to liquidate some assets, and the ones he hasn't liquidated, he will be able to, and they worth tens of millions of dollars by themselves too. And he's trying to get ahead of stuff and run the legal system himself because he's used to controlling everything. So it says more than what they realize about how he tries to control it. Now they trying to make it like, see, he's cooperating. He understands the legal system and he's trying to make things easy for them and work with them. But what is really showing us, the other attorney said, yeah, when he knew that they were investigating him, he like, let me just go on to them. And we told them, come arrest him now. We ready. You can't control the process of when you get arrested. But they tried to and failed. Now she like, and when it comes to the bail, we're going to give a lot of money because we're going to control this process too. Not on they watch, not on they watch. Yet again, they like, nope, we control this process. Money and power. Money and power. He's used to that. Oh, no, we'll just tell them this. Well, it's going to be a hard time getting them to put you on bail because of the fact that, all of what they are accusing you of, all that's in the indictment, and, it's sealed and it's got it. And we know Cassie in it, and you just gave her over 100 million plus or whatever to shut her up. And that still didn't work because you're still finna be indicted. But, all we can do. And he's like, I know how to handle this. Money talks. I get to do whatever the F I want. You know how much money I'm worth? We gonna put a package together. We're gonna get them $50 million. I guarantee you I'm walking out of there. Joke's on you. Joke's on you. That's how the devil works, though. When you sign a deal with the devil, and I've said this before, and I keep saying it. You sign a deal with the devil, it's great. The devil will give you a life that you thought you could never imagine. But then by the end, not only do it slowly eat away at your soul, but it puts you in such a position that when you fall, the fall is grand. And you get embarrassed in front of everybody and you become powerless. We're watching it with Diddy. We've seen it with others as well. None of that means anything. All that power that the devil gave him to be able to rule the world means nothing. His money ain't going to get him out of jail. His power and influence and people he know, and I know this person and I know that person, and I can quiet them and I can quiet them and I can threaten them. And none of it works anymore. All that power the devil gave you to run amok has been swiped away. And now the devil sitting there cackling, rolling around with a belly laugh. I got him. I told that nigga I'd give him this. And he ready. He like, can I have a Bentley Jr.? I'm like, yeah, I give you. Can I have a $48 million house too, devil? He like, yeah, I give it to you. Anything you want. Can I pillage and beat and rape women? Yeah, I give you that too. Can I drug up and kind of do the men too? Yeah, you can do that too. And devil's like, I'm gonna let you have it all. Just take it away and watch you fall. Quit making deals with the devil for this short-term stuff.
Why 12 days ago, Chris, when we thought there's an indictment that may be coming, he flew to New York the very next day. He got on a plane and he came here. And that's an extraordinary move for a defendant who's been under investigation that he's been aware of.
I love her voice too. It's because she's so confident. And it's an extraordinary move that he was going to get arrested. No one, when they're getting arrested, turns themselves in. It was an extraordinary. I mean, he gave them the privilege of flying his private jet to New York to tell them, hey, when you're ready, I'm ready. Because he thought he was going to walk out the next day. Well, hours later, I'm sure. He thought he was going to get a Trump deal. You ain't Trump. You ain't got the right complexion for the protection. Your deal with the devil and Satan don't quite look like Trump's deal with Satan. That's why you can't walk in, take a little glamour shot, and walk back out. Trump's process, didn't they process Trump in the courtroom? So they're like, nah, we're gonna bring the fingerprinting machine, bring the camera, bring the mug shot backdrop, bring it all. He ain't even gonna step into the next door building to get processed properly. You not Trump. Well, you know that now. You know that now.
For at least 6 months. He came to the very jurisdiction that is investigating him, and he said, I'm here, I want to surrender, let me surrender. And they obviously didn't let him do that, but he's been here for 12 days, not knowing if it would happen the day he got here, or a year from now, he was going to wait.
And he came here. He came here to relinquish himself. And he had to wait. He didn't know how long this was going to take, but he was dedicated to helping the legal system out. And he ended up being here 12 whole days. Do you know what 12 days are like? Do you know what the 12 days were like during the freak-offs for those people who were rugged and made to do all kinds of things? Imagine him being here in New York for 12 days, not being able to do those things. She might as well say that. He hadn't been able to do a freak off in 12 days. This is extraordinary.
And we told the government, if you want his address, we'll give it to you. He's been here complying with the investigation at every step.
They were really trying to control this process. Oh, they was trying hard to control it. Oh my God, he gonna really be going through it during this trial. Because the further we get into this and the more he realizes how much control he's lost, that's when we're going to see him lose it. We're going to start to see him spiral. Y'all remember when R. Kelly spiraled? We're going to see, I don't know if he'll be able to have interviews or anything, but we're going to see stuff similar to that and probably a little worse. Y'all remember the day he got, his houses got raided and they caught him at the airport. And he was just pacing back and forth. And you could just tell he was so defeated. That was his first stage of grief. He got to go through his 5 stages of grief of losing his money and power. It's going to be deep. It's going to be like a death to him. Of the thing he probably loves the most.
Since the searches took place.
Why do you think it will be different tomorrow?
Well, there's a new standard, basically. The judge will look at it completely different, not differently, but he won't have to rely on what the judge did today. And we will just have a second shot at it. We'll be able to make our case again.
Is that how it always works? Or is this celebrity justice?
This is how it always works. Typically, when someone gets arrested in federal court, they go before the magistrate judge on duty, which is what happened today. And then everybody, whether it's the government who's unhappy with the outcome or the defense, they have the right to appeal to the district court judge. So that's what happened.
How long does he have to stay in there if it gets denied again?
Until trial. Till the end of the trial.
So that could be months or years.
But then we would have the ability to appeal to the Second Circuit. So even tomorrow wouldn't be the end of it.
You think he gets out?
I hope he gets out. He has done everything somebody under investigation can do. I can't think of anything else that he could have done. There was no surprises here, Chris. We knew that he was under investigation for racketeering and sex trafficking, and he stayed put. He committed not to fly out of the country. He stayed within the country, and they didn't ask that of him. That was a commitment he made.
So, Tenny, my people that I talk to at the Southern District are talking a typical talk. It's not all the time they say this, but they say this is going our way. Not the bail. They say we have them. We got a lot of people who are going to talk and say that this is what Diddy was about, and some people may pass it off as hip-hop culture, but it is a series of felonies and RICO. What do they have wrong?
They did say in court today, they've talked to 50 witnesses. We said the same thing. We've been doing a parallel investigation at every single step of the way, talking to every single there's the same kind of universe of people here that he's been around. We're talking to people to show that we have a case. He's fighting, he's innocent, and he's going to be able to show it.
Innocent means he didn't do any of the wrong things. Not guilty means they can't make the case.
He's
right?
innocent.
So you think he did none of these things? He was never present in any of these activities? This wasn't his lifestyle?
But a lifestyle and being present in activities doesn't mean he committed a crime.
Unless those activities and that lifestyle are criminal.
But those activities and the lifestyle is not criminal. What was notable today, what my partner Mark said in court, is they never once said that these women didn't consent to what happened. Not once.
Can they all have...
I swear that the U.S. attorney, now we're going to have to listen to that again. I was probably going to play that anyway for the sake of spending a little more time, passing some time while we wait on them to come out. But he specifically said in the U.S. attorney, Damian Williams specifically said yesterday in his press conference about the actual indictment that those people, men and women, were forced to do those things against their will with threats, by means of threats with those arms, the weapons, also the physical aggression, and then also using money and stuff, but take that with a grain of salt. And they specifically named the 3 drugs: ketamine, was it ecstasy, and whatever else. That's called against your will. That's against your will. Somebody get you all turned up and out of your mind, and then they just willy-nilly do whatever they want to your being. That's the R word. That's the same as the R word. I don't know what she expected to look like. I don't know if she expected to be only down a dark alley or coming down a strange narrow hallway and somebody with a ski mask come up on you. That ain't the only way. It looks a variety of ways, including like a party. It could start off as a party. It could start off with clout chasing and somebody just wanting to be around somebody rich and famous and then get wrapped up and used and abused. That can still be the R word.
Consented, or were they minors and therefore the consent doesn't apply?
No charges relating to minors. None. The difference here between R. Kelly,
the difference is the statute of limitations. But why is there a statute of limitation on taking advantage of a minor, though?
Between Epstein, no charges relating to minors.
So this is all adult consensual activity. People can judge it morally, but legally, you believe he committed no crime.
Maybe it's not what someone here would do in the bedroom, but that doesn't mean that what he did was a crime.
What is his disposition and his mood?
He's okay. He's ready to fight. He came here ready to fight, and he's okay, and we're going to fight again tomorrow.
Tenny, you have an open audience here at all steps of this process to say what you believe from your client's perspective. We'll cover it fairly throughout.
That's his attorneys. And if that's the best they got, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good at all. That's the best they got to work with. Okay, let's read some of the star questions. Then we're going to get into, I have a clip of a attorney on TikTok who kind of broke down this indictment a little bit. It's a real quick video, but just his explanation, I think, was very clear to give us even more understanding for those of us who are not professionals in the legal system. I heard from a reliable source that one of the sons participated in those events, but they didn't say which one. I've definitely heard of one of the sons participating for sure as well. And I have heard the name. I'm just going to leave it out as of this moment. But I've heard that rumor as well. And I feel like they were being accused by someone, that particular son. I thought Mary said she got the scar from a girl she had a fight with when she was young. Right. I felt like I had a different version of the story. I just couldn't remember it. But the question is that true, this version here? Or is the version, I forgot who originally put the comment, but is that version true, that it was from Puffy and she tells this version today? well, you know, since she's been famous to explain it away. But I guess we had to also look back at how, because I thought she got it as a teenager. She met, I forgot when she got signed, but she was a teenager when she got signed. Like what, 16, 17, 18, something like that? So I don't know. Y'all, we have to research and see. Some of y'all be knowing. Some of y'all keep up with this, so y'all can know off the cuff. Hold on, because the Fed stopped his plane leaving Miami when the searches were conducted. He knew he couldn't leave the country. Yeah, this whole, he's even giving up his passports, and he's gonna sell the plane, and they were saying he's gonna sell the plane, or is, like, there's a promissory note, I think, even he's gonna sell the plane, and to prove that he's not gonna use it to escape, the plane is currently in, or will be in, LA, so that he can't easily get access. But that don't mean he can't have them flying over here, fly to the East Coast to come pick him up. Whatever. He's trying to secure his kids. Nothing no other parent wouldn't do. Basically getting his house in order. So what? Yeah, exactly. I mean, yes. I mean, on some level, he cares about something because he's obviously doing that. Didn't they find ecstasy in his system when he was arrested? I haven't heard that one. Now, do anybody know that to be factual? I hadn't even heard that until this comment. Is that true that they actually got drugs? Wait, do they? I guess they could do a drug test, I guess. He should have talked to Russell. Right, R.N. Smith is saying he should have talked to Russell Simmons. Had he talked to Russell Simmons, he wouldn't be here, because Russell Simmons knew this was going to happen. He knew to him. Russell Simmons, like, I'm getting out of here before y'all even get going. He knew. Oh, he knew. Russell probably trained Puffy a little bit, gave him some tips of how to make it happen. They found rugs in the hotel room. I think I did hear that. So y'all are saying they found found substance in his hotel room. That's kind of crazy though. Like, you came here to volunteer. Well, if you're addicted, I guess it ain't crazy. But I was going to say, like, you came here to volunteer to be arrested. But again, you thought you were going to go in, get you a Trump treatment, do a couple of fingerprints in front of a green screen lineup background, mugshot background, and go on about your merry way and puff, puff, sniff, sniff, and continue with your partying. That's what you thought. So, okay, I guess in my mind, I have changed that. Me as a normal person would have been like, I can't have no substances with me. They out to get me any moment now. They might pop up in the room. But him, he like, money and power. I control everything. I'm going there. I'm telling them I'm ready. Let's go ahead and get this out the way. When they tell me I'm going to go wherever they say I'm going to go ahead, pop, pop, bam, bam, boom, 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 with my fingerprints and take a couple glamour shots, bam, bam, bam. And then I'm going to be out of there, and I'm going back to what I was doing. So in his mind, he wasn't worried about no hotel room, because he like, they ain't coming to the hotel room. They going to go where I tell them I'm going to meet them at. Money and power. Money and power. It'll spoil them. It'll spoil you too, some of y'all. That's why you got to be rooted. That's why God makes some of us wait a little while. He tried to contact a witness between September 10th and 14th of 2024. Interesting. Where did you see this at, Will Dudley? I just want to add this into my notes. Y'all know I like this. Like this kind of stuff. And y'all know I like the receipts with it. But that's interesting. I want to hear more about that. He wrote the bribe all up in their face, offering up everything, whining to not go to jail. The devil always comes to collect. Amen. I love that, Thelma Jordan. The devil always comes to collect. Amen to that. Oh, and the court documents. Well, okay, we just haven't gotten to it yet. I figured this might be a longer live, so I wasn't rushing to get to those sort of things. Okay, thanks. So I know what we're looking out for. I guess I'll read that. The indictment is 16 pages. So we'll read the bond what do they call this thing? I got it up here. Where is it? Whatever it's called, the bond rejection that the U.S. Attorney's Office wrote. They have taped phone calls and texts to the witness. They not playing with him. They not playing with him. They are not playing with him. What? Grown Woman Don't Try Me says he contacted one victim 54 times by phone. Okay, we're gonna get to that part. Okay, so let me fast forward a little bit. Y'all have, some of y'all are aware of those things, and let's catch the rest of us up, because I didn't watch anybody's coverage on this, nor did I read the documents on yesterday. So it's gonna be a blind read. Okay, I'm gonna play this one. Did I pull it in? Oh, I never pulled it in. So this is an explanation of the indictment by Robert Sparks' attorney on TikTok.
It's pretty ugly. It's a multi-count indictment against Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy. Well, this case is going to go the same way as R. Kelly. And what I mean by that is look to the fact that there will be no plea. Sean Combs is going to prison, and it's just a matter of how long. Why do I say that as a former prosecutor? Because when you look at the indictment and you read the specifics of it, the U.S. government, the U.S. District Attorney's Office, the U.S. prosecutors, what they've done is they've built their case. 6 months ago, we saw Sean Combs' properties get raided. It's outlined in the indictment. I say that because a grand jury has now just released a racketeering conspiracy charge against him. Why is that a big deal? Grand juries typically consist of 12 jurors who's already heard evidence viewed in the favor of the federal prosecution, meaning the U.S. Attorney's Office goes before at least usually 12 jurors to say, is there enough here for us to bring an indictment, i.e. charge, in this case, Sean Combs. So they've already got a little preview of the evidence, and they said, yeah, it does. And not only that, multiple counts. Creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Now, that's a huge deal because what we know from the last 6 months after they raided his properties, they were looking for videotapes, they were looking for phone calls, they were looking at any physical evidence to put this together, and it looks like they have it. What's the difference between the feds and the state? State attorney's office, i.e. local, you get arrested, local police department, sheriff's office brings the charge to the prosecutor's office, they review it, and they move forward. Meaning they still have to build their case. Here, when you're talking about a U.S. attorney, they've done their investigation. It's different at the federal level. When they charge you day one, they're going into court and saying, we're ready to go. The only plea, in my opinion, is going to be conditioned upon Sean Combs going to prison. He's going to be sitting right there next to R. Kelly. And why? Because when you look at this, they reference and they talk about the witnesses that they have. Hotel workers, people from his businesses, friends, associates, sex traffickers. They don't plead with this type of specificity when it happened. Supervisors, security staff, household staff, and go into the illicit detail of what he orchestrated to match the racketeering charge. That means for 6 months, the feds have at least done their homework. The U.S. attorney had enough to take it to a grand jury. The grand jury has come back and said that, yes, criminal acts were committed. In my opinion, don't get it twisted. Even Puff Daddy doesn't have enough money to make this go away. Keep in mind, the U.S. government, U.S. Attorney's Office is the biggest, strongest, and the wealthiest law firm in the world. He's not going to buy his way out of this. In my opinion, as a former prosecutor, they're not going to accept a plea or a fine. He's going to be looking at prison time. The only is when and for how long. That's what his defense attorney is going to do. You'll hear him in the press. He'll come out. They'll plead his innocence. Innocent until proven guilty. We get it. But when you're a defense attorney and you look at the possible witnesses who can bring it together, and by the way, those civil claims that he settled don't mean anything. That those non-disclosure agreements aren't going to apply to a criminal charge. And why do I say that? Because the feds are going to say, hey, that's great for your settlement. And it says it's a non-disclosure, but guess what? You're going to be my first witness and you are going to testify. And does he really want to have a trial and air this out nationally? But this exposure, you cannot take this in front of a jury because they're going to leverage him. They're going to give him a plea, but if he goes the distance, then he's going to get hammered. At the end of the day, I think this indictment is too specific, it goes for too long, and most importantly, they have too much evidence and too many witnesses for him to get out of this thing. I think you can look. One of the biggest icons in the hip-hop world is going to be doing prison time.
There you have it from an expert. And what he was saying makes a lot of sense. I don't know. Like, when you think about it, do you think that, I guess I'll put that as a poll question. Do you think that, I was about to call him R. Kelly. So close. Do you think that Diddy will choose still to go to trial? Because you got to keep in mind, like, how much will come out. Like, he'll never recover from that. I don't think he can recover at this point. Probably not at this point. I don't know though, but the celebrity lifestyle is so forgiving. Y'all as fans are so forgiving. Give y'all about a decade. Y'all been in kind of memories get a little loose with this stuff, and y'all be like, well, it's okay if he hosts the red carpet at the Oscars. Y'all know how y'all get. We'll let him. He can come to the BET Awards and get an honor. Y'all know how y'all are. Y'all know how y'all are. Some of y'all ready to accept Bill Cosby with open arms again. Some of y'all already watching the Cosby Show again. No, I never. I was mad they took it off. That ain't got nothing to do with him. I told you I still listen to R. Kelly music. Yeah, what it is. Got to learn how to separate the art from the Satan. Poll question we're closing out. Have you seen or heard the entire detention memo being read? I didn't finish this. Being read from the U.S. Attorney's Office. 43% of you yes, 58% of you no. So we almost half and half. So that means that we are clear to go. It ain't like 80% of y'all like, nah, we already saw it. We want to. No. Some of y'all, it's gonna be for the first time. It's a blind reaction from me. So for those of you who have heard it, you ain't heard me say it. You ain't heard my authentic reaction because I don't know what the hell is it. I mean, I got some ideas, but in detail, I do not know. I do have some of the artist renderings that I saw online. There may be more, but these are the few I ran into. The artist renderings from the from the hearing on yesterday, the arraignment. And they made some attempts to draw Diddy, and I was like, who that man? Who that? Sorry, I don't know who that man is. What Kiki Palmer say? Sorry, I don't know that man. That's supposed to be Diddy. I'm like, okay. Then there's another one. I'm not sure if these are the same artists or not. I'm not sure if this is the same artist or not, because this one seems like a better attempt. I mean, it's great. They're great artists. I'm not taking nothing away from them. But in like when I'm trying to like, if I didn't know who R. Kelly was, and this was one of those suspect drawings, what they call a suspect drawing when there's a criminal on the loose and somebody had to describe what they look like, and they I forgot, I can't think of the name right in this moment, it's slipping me. But if this was a rendering of a potential criminal out there that we got to be on the lookout for, unfortunately, P. Diddy could be sitting right next to me and I wouldn't be like, they look like you. I wouldn't have never. Composite sketch. Thank you, Courtney Witherspoon. Hey, good to see you, friend. Yeah. If this was supposed to be to help us find him, be like, who that? Now, they look like a guy I knew back on my old block when I was growing up, who would walk down the street every once in a while, but they don't look like Diddy. Not to me. That. And that's a rough picture of Diddy right there. Yeah. And then that looked different than this. I did have a thought. Y'all know I'm bad. This ain't Patreon. I gotta watch myself. Leave it back. Reel it in a little bit, Bill. Reel it in. I also was like, oh, these artists are not black. The reason I say this because we all look alike to them. They don't know how to draw a black person. These are not the same people. That's what made me think that don't cancel me, y'all. Don't cancel me. That's what made me think that maybe these are two different artists. Do you think, let me do a poll question. Do you think these are two different artists? I really got stuck on these composite sketches. I was like, who that? I had to look at the caption to make sure, like, did they accidentally put the wrong pictures in here? Do you think these artists are non-black. I'll say non-black. I'm just saying, because I just feel like if it was a African-American artist, they would have came a lot closer. I could be wrong. I'm not an artist in that way. I could draw figures and stuff, but I ain't necessarily the greatest with human form. So here's another picture. Let me get off of that. Spent too much time on it. Here's another picture. Again, for those of you who may not be aware, if you're not used to this sort of thing with federal court, blah, 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 they do not allow cameras and electronic equipment in federal court. I feel like they could loosen that up at this point, but for whatever reason, they still choose that. So that's why we have to get the composite sketch, the artist's renderings of what it looked like up in the court. And then we get these. And actually, this one looked different than the other two. Now that I look at it, we got 3 versions of them. Maybe it was 3 different artists. Maybe it's 3 different artists. I don't know. Y'all let me know if you know. So anyway, this is the artist renderings of what was occurring yesterday during the arraignment hearing. It was an arraignment hearing for 3 black men. three different. They all just, it was Puffy, P. Diddy, and Love. They went. Each one of his alter egos was appearing in court yesterday for the arraignment hearing, and they drew each one of them, the essence of each one of them. Well, y'all got me acting up. Then there was, okay, so yesterday we were talking about there were some comments and stuff, and we were talking about people not coming out, like why people weren't speaking up, and allowing all this horrible stuff that he was doing all these years, and no one, really spoke to power, so to speak. Then I saw this comment today, and I said, I forgot this was one person who was calling Diddy out, knowing that her life was in danger. She was being called crazy. She was being blackballed and all of it. So there's probably others that we don't know, but from a perspective of a public figure, Aubrey O'Day. Oh, I forgot to pull her picture up. Oh, I can do it now. We got time. We ain't rushing. What time is it? So they probably have now been at this about an hour. Lord Jesus, they sitting there arguing the same case. How many hours it take them yesterday? Jesus, they gonna probably spend all the same amount of hours. What was it, like 3 hours? No, it was really half the day. Was it 4 hours? Lord Jesus, I ain't trying to do no 4, 5, 6 hour live. What's her name? Audrey. For those of you who don't know, know what she looked like. Let me find find a picture of her. Here she is. Here we go. So she was a member of Danity Kane. Now we know that Dawn, who was also a part of this group. Oh, that's tiny. We know that Dawn, who is also a part of that group, now has just recently come out with a lawsuit talking about the abuses that she experienced. Aubrey was talking years ago, eons ago, and they was dismissing her, calling her crazy. She got fired by Diddy because even on the Making of the Band show, she was the only one that she had lip. Like she was self-assured. She wasn't going to be controlled by the narcissistic monster. And so he ends up firing her. I can't even remember. It was a lot of stuff he was saying, like, basically she wasn't easy to control. I can't think verbatim what he was saying about her. But the truth of the matter is, the reason he had a problem with her, like most bullies and sociopaths, they always have an issue with the person that does not allow them to fully take advantage of them and bow down the way that everyone else does. They always have a problem with that person. She happened to be that person. So she had been speaking out. She has had many interviews. She has shared her stories a multitude of times. And so she ends up posting. I could have left that up. She ends up. Let me go to my. That's what I was trying to do. Oh, that's why I wasn't doing it. Never mind, because I gotta get to. I can't see what. Good Lord, where's my stuff at? Hold on. I pulled it in here, but I forgot to actually. I gotta have a version I can see. Oh, I can read it on the screen here. Here we go on my monitor. It's too tiny on my viewfinder. Okay, Audrey O'Day. She says, who had a contentious relationship with Diddy during the filming of Making of the Band, tells TMZ, I quote, "I never thought I would see this day. We all buried this inside of us in order to be able to keep going. And not just me, but victims you don't even know yet. We are all processing what that type of vindication can actually feel like now. Every conversation I've had with victims last night has been beyond moving on all levels." Oh, I love to hear that. Y'all gonna make me tear up. Ooh, I just love when survivors get vindicated, but also get that peace. If any of you have ever been through trauma on any level where you watch your the accuser, your predator kind of seem to roam free and get off scot-free, and it appeared that there were no consequences to the harm that they caused you and maybe others as well, and you like, God, like you're asking the universe, you're asking God, like, how is this possible that they could be so evil and do so much harm to your people, and you allow them to thrive? And then it happens for years and decades, and you think that they'll never actually face consequences for it, and it happens. That level of vindication, but a freeing of that emotional baggage that causes, and even the questioning of whatever you're questioning, as far as your existence and human behavior, and what does life really mean if people can be that evil and do that much harm to people but still thrive and have what appears to be great lives, So now she's the one off the top of my head who definitely has been speaking in the public way even before the Cassie thing, all of that. She was like, he's a monster, he did this, he does this, he can't be trusted, he needs to face, consequences, all of it. So there are people out there like that. But here's the problem. They get suppressed, they get called crazy, they get blackballed, whether it's celebrities or not. Even in our regular lives, sometimes family members can do stuff to certain family members, and then they paint them out to be a certain way, and next thing you know, they blackball from the family. They become the black sheep, all while the predator is the one that's embraced. Some of y'all live in what I'm talking about. But just know your vindication will come. They will face the consequences in spite of what you might be looking at with them today. They will face the consequences. Trust me. Poll question we're closing based on these renderings of the three faces of Diddy in court. Do you think these artists are non-black? 74% of you say yes. 26% of you say, no, it ain't that they non-black. They just not that good at what they do. No, I'm just joking. I mean, it's great. It's still great art artistically. It's just, if I had commissioned a artwork of my face and my image to post, hang up in my elaborate dining room, and somebody gave me something that looked like somebody else, I would have a problem with this. And so if Diddy had commissioned this would be a problem, is what I'm saying. So all I'm saying. It needs to be in your likeness. That's the point of a portrait. It's supposed to be in your likeness. It's supposed to be like you in a cartoon form, basically. Kimmy K is trying to rush the day. Kimmy K saying, I don't care about none of that. What happened in court today? Friend, we don't know yet. Is anybody doing live? Hold on. Where did we go yesterday? where they were doing like live, up to date, what was happening in court. Let me double check because maybe somebody is saying something. But we're waiting on them to come out of court with this appeal. So we don't have the answer yet, is what I'm saying. But I'm trying to make sure nobody else. Let me just double check and see if anybody's giving any play-by-plays of what's happening in court. I forgot who did we go to yesterday? Was it CNN? Let me go to their homepage. Oh, you say you I'm sorry, I went away for a moment and thought I missed. No, you didn't miss nothing, friend. we still here shooting the ish, waiting. I not that I want you to miss it, but I kind of wish they had already come out. So I'm trying to keep this show going. It's different than a normal show where I have my show notes and I know the beginning, middle, and end of the show. I may not always know because sometimes I put too much in the show and next thing you know it's 5 hours. But at least I can look and know, like, okay, we're at this point in the show. Right now, I have no idea. I don't know if we're going to be on another 30 minutes, another 3 hours. I don't know. I'm trying. My goal, when I even got on here, I had a pep talk with myself. Vel, just be prepared. This could end up being 4 or 5 hours, maybe even 6. Just try to hang in there until they come out. So we'll see. We'll see. And I'll chop this up and all that for those who can't last that long. But we're gonna try to give our authentic, real time. I'm still trying. Maybe that was CNN that we went to yesterday who was giving us play by play. Let's see. I guess I'll share the screen so you're not bored looking at me stare into the abyss. Let me just do the entire screen. Then we said we got we will read next the what they call that thing? The thingamajig. Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna play the U.S. attorney first, and then we'll get into that. And that'll give me a little bit of a voice break too, because I got to do a lot of reading. Okay, so I'm trying to see. Maybe I'll just go to Google, right? Give me a second. Let's see. 1 hour ago, US, what is this? USA Today posted. Let's see what they talking about. Everybody wants you to subscribe for these online articles. Sean Diddy, let's see. Let's just read this one. It's a blind reaction. I have no. Wait, what just happened? What just happened? Where'd the article? Where'd the article go? So it says here, this is USA Today. Sean Diddy Combs to appear in court for bail hearing. Live updates. Oh, wait, my other screen covered up. Gotta make sure we keep an eye on that. Sean Diddy Combs is set to appear in court for a bail hearing to determine if he remains in jail until trial. The music mogul was already denied bail Tuesday after pleading not guilty to trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in P charges. Following Combs' arraignment hearing, U.S. Magistrate Judge Robin Tarnofsky ruled he must remain in custody as he awaits trial. In a letter filed to Judge Andrew L. Carter on Wednesday, Combs' lawyer proposed an amended bail package of $50 million. If accepted, the bond would secure with the equity of Combs' Miami home, which he paid off the mortgage for in anticipation of his bail hearing, and his mother's Miami residence. Combs is currently being held in solitude within the special housing unit at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center, according to CNN and the Daily Beast. So he's in solitary confinement. I mean, will he ever be in what they call it? Population general population? Will he ever be in general population? Or will he be in solitary confinement for the rest of his life or sentence? On Tuesday, the judge said that she has very significant concerns about Combs' substance abuse and what appears to be anger issues. I read this yesterday. I need to start a little checklist. I hadn't saw the substance abuse as a concern. The anger is a concern. They talked about him being able, even with an ankle monitor, still being able to do freak offs, etc., and they wouldn't know the difference, and have and buy another 1,000 cases of baby oil and lube. But then you got the witness tampering, and it was something else off the top of my head. I can't remember. He ain't getting out. He ain't getting out. I know. I think it was 12% of y'all or something thought he getting out. I don't see it. And y'all got to know these judges do talk. Y'all know they co-workers, right? They also are co-workers. So although, who is the new judge for today? Andrew Carter. Although Judge Andrew Carter was not there yesterday, trust me, Judge Robin and him, either they was talking in their chambers this morning or at some point, or they had a phone call or a text message exchange like, oh yeah, don't let them off. Look at what I ran into. And look at what they were saying. Look at this and that. Like, yeah, they can waste their time if they want. I'll be saying the same thing you saying. Trust me, they had that conversation. Y'all know how we talk. That some of y'all work in customer service or have worked in customer service. And y'all know when you work in customer service and y'all get them crazy customers or clients, and you didn't been working with them for months or whatever, or weeks or days or hours, and you trying to resolve something and they making it difficult. You gave up and you like, you know what, screw you. No, now here's the only way this can happen, and ain't no other way it can happen. And then they try to go around you or call the next day, and they get your coworker, and you and your coworker get to talking, and like, yeah, Miss, I got this Miss Anderson on the phone, and she emailed me, blah blah blah. You're like, I didn't talk to her, I told her this and that, da da da, and da da da. Is that what you told her? Yeah, I told her already. Oh, well, I'm just telling her the same thing you said. Y'all know it. Y'all know it. That's what they doing. Ain't nothing different gonna happen. Ain't nothing different gonna happen. You know how we locked up with our colleagues. Like, you don't quit playing in my face. I'm not finna undermine what my colleague. What did Judge Robin tell you yesterday? Well, that's what I'm gonna tell you today. Don't waste your time if you won't. That's what's happening right here. That's what's happening. We'll just do. I mean, hell, it's giving us content, right? Whatever. Wasting time. Anyway, so the rapper's bail package updated Wednesday to include more stipulations, proposes several security measures. Okay, so they added more to what they presented yesterday. So let's see what this is about. The rapper's bail package updated Wednesday to include more stipulation, proposes several security measures to monitor Combs' behavior ahead of trial, including restricted travel between New York and Florida. I thought New Jersey was also a part of it yesterday, but maybe, I don't know, maybe they took that off. And then house arrest with GPS monitoring, limiting the number of female visitors to Combs' home, and weekly drug testing. How they gonna know what females come? What can we say? No females? Can we say no males? Can we say no females or males? Is it really a punishment for Puffy if we just say no females? Because he okay with males too. I'm just saying. Is it really a punishment? So you're gonna say limit the number of females, but he can have as many men as he wants. The truth is, he'll be able to have as many men as he wants after this trial when he's convicted and ends up in prison. He's going to be in an all-male prison. He's going to have a field day. They have rugs there too. They have substances. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Just won't have as many luxury amenities. That's it. So they plan on limiting the number of female visitors to Combs' home on a weekly. Why are they so locked in on like his issue is only women or his issue is only the Cassie situation? his attorneys are oblivious to what we're really dealing with here. I mean, he got men and women suing him. Men and women saying he hurt me. He did this to me. He abused me. He did this. And then they just want to be, well, we'll limit the number of women coming in and out. He can't have no human interaction. That's who we dealing with. None. Just keep him in solitary confinement in prison. Let's just do that. So they're quoted as saying, these proposed conditions will expunge any fear or of danger to the community and will ensure his return to court, Combs' attorney wrote. Yeah, I think you're the only one who think that. I think you're the only one who thinks that. Let me poll question this. Do you think this is a good bail arrangement? Do you think, I mean, what they just proposed, what I just read, they let him out. He gonna get a 50 million. He's still gonna get a 50 million. They'll let him out. He'll be on house arrest with the GPS. Put the real picture up. He'll be on house arrest with the GPS monitoring. He's only gonna be traveling between two beautiful states. New York, where he can live it up, and he got a huge life there, and Florida, where the weather's beautiful. We ain't gonna talk about politics, but the weather's beautiful there. He gets what? And they'll limit. And they said limiting the number of female visitors. What does that mean, limiting? Was he having 100 before and he gonna have 98 now? What is limiting? What? And weekly rug testing. The thing about the testing is we know how to cheat on tests, right? I think the hair samples are the only thing you can't cheat no more, right? But I don't know. Some people probably figure out how to cheat that too. He'd be taking the twins' diapers, squeezing them out in the tube, taping his twin diapers to his leg, and then going in the bathroom and wringing out the diaper. I don't trust him. Mm-mm. And then, do they have things now? Again, I don't. No more power to all y'all, but. Those who do, no judgment, but I don't do drugs or anything. So my question is, I know I have friends who did stuff and all of that, and so I know there are ways to work around it. Have they come to the point where there's a way to do drugs, but then take a pill or drink something where it cleanses you out by the time you take the test, and it masks the test and it just don't even show up as positive? Is there something out there by now? I mean, he's so rich and powerful. If we don't know about it, it probably is, and he know about it. I don't trust him. He can't be trusted. He literally had a dedicated dealer. Not like some of y'all who got y'all main person who delivers to you, or y'all go wherever, and sometimes y'all light up together, hang out a little bit. Y'all so close, y'all know each other's family members now. Y'all be, how your mama doing? Did your grandma's surgery go well? Y'all that close to y'all dealer. Not that. He's so close to his dealer that his dealer was his basically assistant. He walked around 24/7 with him with a bag, toting it. He like, give me 2 pills right now. Give me a sniff. Lay it out right there on that album cover. That's real old school. Lay it out there on that album cover, on that mirror. I'm ready. He that rich and powerful. He ain't have to call. He just give a look. And he like, here you go, sir. Here you go. And he wants y'all to believe that he gonna be okay with just not cold turkey. They ain't talking about nobody's rehab in here. Cold turkey, he gonna stop ketamine, GHB, Mary Jane, Tina Turner, whatever they get. He ain't gonna cold turkey at all and just do weekly tests. But he's coming from being so addicted that he had a 24/7 substance assistant to assist him in his substance use. Y'all don't quit playing in our face. Quit playing in our face. Keep telling y'all that. Anyway. There's a lot, y'all. There's a lot. I mean, he had, and this guy's the one who got picked up during when the raid. He was getting ready to get on a private flight with him. He couldn't even was it like American Express? He couldn't even leave home without him. Couldn't even leave home without him. The only reason he ain't around no more is because he had to flip on Diddy. I don't know for that for sure. I'm just making that part up. But we know he got arrested, and we can assume that he flipped. So I'm just saying it. How many calls did he get in that one day? You said y'all was saying some lady got a 50-something calls in that day. How many he get? How many y'all think Brendan got? If she got 54, he at least got Brendan at least got 108 calls. He at least got twice that. All right, let's just for a refresher. Oh, I thought that was the press conference up here. Just as a refresher, we gotta listen to the U.S. Attorney's press conference on the charges, and then after that, we're gonna go into the U.S. Attorney's. Lord, y'all, I need to take a break because my brain, it's like every thought is flying out my head. But the one where they're asking that he not get bail, we're going to then read that letter after this because I need a little break on my voice and all that. And then, I don't know, we might be on another 3 to 5 hours. Ain't no telling. So they've been going at it for, it's the time zone difference. So it's what, an hour and a half? Yeah, hour and a half they've been in the court right now. Okay, here you go.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SDNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smeisler, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
All right. Excuse me. I'm like, I forgot the watermark there. Okay, I see. Oh, wait, I put that. Tamika is saying bail was denied again. I'm sitting here scrolling and I'm not seeing. Where are you saying that at, friend? Tamika. But yeah, I was just browsing. That's one of the reasons I wasn't putting your comments up. This attorney reminds me of Professor in How High. Okay. Trying to see if he gets out, he's gonna ride his drug dealer. Bail was denied. What? I'm on Law and Crime. They must be talking in verses. Hold on. They must be talking. I see all these people. Okay, hold on. I can just show y'all. Which one should I do? I guess I should do this one. Like, do Law and Crime have two channels now? Let me see. Here we go. Okay. What the hell is it? Got too many windows open. This attorney reminds me of the. Oh, I read that. Let me mute this. Is this what y'all looking at? Y'all said Law and Crime? Everybody's saying Law and Crime, but why am I on Law and Crime and I ain't seeing nothing? I'm just seeing a press conference. Well, I'm seeing people standing. Right, everybody can visit him in jail. No exclusion. Exactly. Law and Crime just announced that he will remain detained in the comments. Okay, thank you for that clarity, Tay. Is that Tay? Tay 81. Okay, so we kind of got the information. So we're gonna wait on solid Law and Crime comment section. Interesting. How they know then? How the comment section know? Let me see. Yeah, I'm seeing that now. Okay. Oh, y'all can see it too. I got it on the screen. Bail denied. Right. Somebody's saying, where y'all getting these updates? Because I literally, now let me go to Google one more time. But I was literally on Google while we were playing that clip of the U.S. attorney, and none of the major outlets had updated. 29 minutes was the, yeah, I'm still not seeing. You know, it could be maybe somebody who's actually in the court, whether it's a blogger or media. Maybe somebody tweeted it. Let me go to Twitter. Because people be tweeting. That's what I should have been. I need to find out who to follow on Twitter, who's in there. Let me see. Oh, Diddy not trending though. That's interesting. Oh no, I'm on the wrong thing. No, Diddy ain't trending. How Diddy not trending? Let me see what I can find. Bear with me. I'm producing in real time. No, I'm saying stuff that they got allegedly this audio of Meek Mill's getting his black blown out by Diddy, and it's supposed to be the real audio. I heard that for the first time yesterday. I think I could play that on Patreon. I wouldn't be able to play it over here. I can make that available for the free members too. So join the Patreon. It's patreon.com/IamVilB. Yeah, patreon.com/IamVilB. I was trying to see if I can find. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, and I'll put this over there if you care. Okay. I did find an article I was about to read, but I want to start. Well, I guess I could just still start reading it from the AP. Oh, yeah. So they updated at 3:40. They have the new renderings of him. New sketches from today. Let me show y'all this if I can pull it up quick enough. Oh, that's wrong thing. Oh, Jesus. Why does it keep moving on me? See if I got any more. Okay, that's the only one. I think this one looked more like him, though. Let me double check. A little bit. That's a little closer. Let me share this with y'all. Oh, wrong thing I'm clicking on. Where we at? Screenshot. I got to spend some time cleaning this computer out today. It's coming your way. So I guess they should be coming out any minute now. So we're going to read the article. Take that down. This is the new composite sketch from today. So he, I guess, had on a black shirt, dark colored shirt. You see the U.S. Marshals behind him. And then his attorney, the one that did the press conference and did the interview, the guy. And then on the other side of him, you can obviously see the lady is cut off. I think this one is a lot closer than the other ones, in my opinion. Maybe they just got to get used to what he looked like. In their defense, maybe they had never seen him before until that day. Poll question we're closing out. Do you think that that bail arrangement that they proposed was a good one? 24% of you said, yeah, you think that was a good arrangement pitch. And 76% of you said, hell no. Okay, I was trying to see what they had popped up on the screen. Okay, well, I'll read this AP article, and I'm going to just keep this on screen just so that when it does come up, we can just go right into it and I ain't bumbling around and us missing stuff like I did yesterday. So this article is from the AP, Associated Press, came out today at 3:40 p.m. They titled it, Sean Diddy Combs makes a fresh bid for bail in his ex trafficking and conspiracy case. It's a little repeating some of the stuff we already know, but it did go into some new things. So that's why I wanted to read it. It says the lawyers for Sean Diddy Combs asked the judge Wednesday to let him await his trafficking trial at his luxury home. That's shady to add the luxury home part, though. At his luxury home on an island near Miami Beach, rather than in a grim federal jail in Brooklyn. I think this the reporter being shady. I don't know. That's not a quote. I can tell. That's not a quote. Like, he's too good for a grim Brooklyn jail. Why can't he be in his luxury home on Star Island, where only the elite are allowed to live? So prosecutors argued against the arrangement, saying that there was too great of a risk that the hip hop mogul could threaten or harm witnesses, which y'all saying he was already doing. Combs' lawyers offer a $50 million bail package using his mansion as collateral. You see all the shade in this? Using his mansion as collateral, not home. This is the first time I heard somebody call it a mansion versus just a home. It is a mansion. I'm just saying. They making sure you understand what we're talking about here. That his money and power mean nothing at this point because he got it all. He literally has it all. Things that people dream about as far as earthly possessions. He literally has it all. And it means ish. Means a hell of beans. The devil will get you. He will get you. Oh, he'll play in your face. Using his mansion as collateral in exchange for releasing him to home detention with GPS monitoring and strict limitations on who could visit him. The defense and prosecution were wrangling over the request at a hearing Wednesday afternoon. That's today. On Tuesday, a U.S. magistrate judge in Manhattan ordered Combs to be held without bail. I told y'all these colleagues, these judges were talking to each other. Like, I didn't let him go. You ain't gonna let him go. Hell no, I ain't letting him go. I figured as much. Combs, who is 54, pled not guilty Tuesday after an indictment accused him of using his power and prestige to induce female victims and male S workers into rugged up, elaborately produce S. Y'all know I get to stumble when I have to change these words as I go. S performances dubbed as freak-offs that Combs arranged, participating in and often recording. The events would sometimes last days, the indictment said. In the indictment, it alleged that he coerced and abused women for years with the help of a network of associates and employees who will all be turning on him. They'll all be testifying. We'll see. Well, if this goes to trial, we'll literally be seeing them all. While using blackmail and violent acts, including kidnapping, arson, and physical threats to keep victims from speaking out. Combs has been in federal custody since his arrest Monday night at a Manhattan hotel. Arguing to keep him locked up, the prosecutor, Emily Johnson, told the U.S. District Judge, Andrew L. Carter, who I guess is supposed to be the official trial judge, that the once celebrated rapper has a long history of intimidating both accusers and witnesses to his alleged abuse. She cited text messages from women who said Combs forced them into freak-offs and then threatened to leak videos of them engaging in the acts. Johnson said that Combs' defense team was minimizing and horrifically understating Combs' propensity for violence, taking issue with his lawyer's portrayal of the 2016 assault at a Los Angeles hotel as a lover's quarrel. We've seen him do that. So that's him. He just on repeat with that. I mean, they was together for 10 years. People were together for years. They have issues. And then she had found out he was cheating because, he had never cheated before. She had never heard of him being with another woman or anything like that. And she got upset. And she hit him over the head with a phone. And then he didn't know what to do. And then he was trying to protect himself and threw her to the ground and threw a vase at her and then, kicked her a few times. And then drug about her. That was it. It was it, It happens. Stuff happens. Me and my wife, we just got into it last weekend. You never know. That's how he treating it. They said security video of the event showed Combs hitting his then girlfriend, R&B singer Cassie, in a hotel hallway. Johnson seized on a text message from a woman who said that Combs dragged her down a hallway by her hair. According to Johnson, the woman told the rapper, I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child. Combs, and they quoted them saying, danger to community and poses serious risk to the integrity of his case, Johnson argued. The magistrate judge, Robin Tarnowski, initially ruled that Combs was too dangerous to be freed, but Combs' attorney, Mark, submitted a letter to Carter on Wednesday asking again for bail under the condition that would allow him to leave the Metropolitan Detention Center and lock up on the Brooklyn waterfront where he was taken after his arraignment. The jail, which has around 1,200 inmates, is the subject of frequent complaints from lawyers and some judges that it is overcrowded, violent, and neglected. Sounds like every other prison to me, or jail. Literally every. Aren't they all overcrowded? Aren't they all violent? Aren't they all neglected? Like what? When have you heard like, ooh, this is a beautiful jail? I mean, the amenities here are to die for, literally. Combs' Florida house is on Star Island, a man-made dollop of land reachable only by causeway or boat. It is among the most expensive places to live in the United States. Combs' request echoes that of a long line of wealthy defendants who have offered to pay multiple million-dollar bails in exchange for home detention in luxurious surroundings. If he were to be granted bail, Combs would have to stay in that house while awaiting in that mansion while away with wait staff and every other amenity you could ask for, and the ability to get whatever else you might want. While awaiting trial, his lawyer offered, visits would be restricted to family, property caretakers, because when you got a mansion, you need property caretakers, just in case y'all didn't know, and friends who are not considered co-conspirators. So they like all his friends but them, because we gonna need the current friends, the ones who's sticking around, to go threaten the co-conspirators. He got to get them their marching orders. It was quoted as saying, "I am feeling confident we're going to get Mr. Combs out of jail," his attorney said on his way into the court Wednesday. He said, "Combs is doing great. He's focused and he's ready for his hearing." Is he still ready? Okay, you say, thank you, Tizzy, saying the Associated Press posted 10 minutes ago. Now I'm basically reading the article. We now know what it is, but I guess maybe they might have a couple things. I'm actually reading their article that was posted 20 some minutes ago, I think. And then hopefully this, y'all think wait, do y'all think his attorney gonna ignore y'all this time? He might not come back out. He might have went out the other door, might have went out the back. Many of the accusations in the indictment parallel allegations contained in a November lawsuit filed by Cassie, whose legal name is Cassandra Ventura. The suit was settled the following day, but its allegations have followed Combs since. Sure have. Sure have. Okay, let's see what else the AP got for us that might be more recent. Okay, yep, it's ready. Let's see. Is this okay? We're gonna read this. Let me make sure it's a new article before I open it up. Second judge refuses to go. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so oh no, it's somebody. Wait, who's there? What's she doing? Hold on, who you? She just a reporter setting up her mic. Can y'all hear this? Just to make sure the sound gonna be good. Can y'all hear it? It's nothing but crowd noise, people noise. Can y'all hear it? Maybe it's an any minute now kind of thing. Can y'all hear me? Nobody's saying anything. Where y'all go? Thank you, Felicia B. Thank you, Marianne. Okay, so y'all can hear. That's great. So I'm gonna mute it for now. And that way I know all we got to do is unmute. Oh, okay. So here's. Oh, now I can't share the screen because I don't want to take no chances. If I come off screen and they pop up, I don't want y'all to miss nothing. So I'm gonna read this article. This is the current article from the Associated Press that was put out at 4/21 p.m. Central. So like 7 minutes ago. They said a second judge refuses to grant home release to Sean Diddy Combs. They showing the same artist rendering I had just showed you. Oh, I could put it up. That won't hurt nothing. They showing the same rendering. It goes on to say a second judge refused to grant bail to Sean Diddy Combs on Wednesday, saying the government had proved by clear and convincing evidence that no amount of bail could guarantee a hip-hop mogul won't tamper with witnesses. It ain't about the money. It ain't about your addiction to drugs. Nobody care about all that. It is about you tampering with the witnesses that people all of a sudden go missing. We start finding people's fingers and pieces of an arm or a leg floating down the Hudson River all of a sudden. That's what they concerned with. It goes on to say U.S. District Judge Andrew L. Carter handed down the ruling after prosecutors and defense lawyers presented strenuous arguments for and against the $50 million bail package that would allow Combs to be released to home detention with GPS monitoring and strict limitations on who could visit him. I told y'all them judges was talking. I told them no yesterday. You gonna tell them no too? Hell yeah, I'm gonna tell them no. Combs, who is 54, pled not guilty. I think, okay, are they just repeating this? They repeating that part. The indictment alleged he coerced and abused women for years with the help of a network. Okay, all of this is a repeat. The only new part of the article was the beginning. Yep. Let me make sure. Yep. Literally, they cut and paste the whole rest of it. Only the two. I ain't mad at y'all, though. I ain't mad at you. Who wrote this? Larry. Well, actually, it's a little like co-writers. We got Larry, Michael, and Andrew. They all add to it. One of y'all took a shortcut, gave us 3 paragraphs of new information. No, 2 paragraphs of new information, and the rest you cut and paste from your friend's article that came out 30 minutes ago. I see you. But thank you for the update anyway. Okay, let's just go to some comments. I don't really want to. I know I told you I was going to read that thing, but I don't want to get into it now because, well, maybe I should. I just feel like as soon as I get started, they're going to come out. Let's do comments instead. Let's do comments. Let's see. Did I start any? Nope. I haven't been in the comments in a minute. Right. Let the games begin. Right. Let me grab. How long ago was that? Oh, that was only 4 minutes ago. So he'll be locked up until he has a trial. Looks like. Yeah, Akuma, I think so. I think that's what we're looking at, friend. She got his money and he's still going to jail. Right, exactly. Cassie got that payout, and they're alleging that it was like at least 100 million plus. And I believe it was. I truly believe it was, because he knew that it had the potential to do this, but he thought he was going to be able to pay her off and this goes away. That's what I'm with you, Daryl. I feel like it's, well, I believe they may, because this does have to qualify for the Speedy Act trial. Speedy Act. I forgot the wording, but I don't know. It still could be a year. You're right though. It could still be a year. Because they got over 50-something witnesses, probably more gonna come out with all this that's happening. They probably talking to new people today. His female attorney said they'll file yet another appeal. Yeah, so his attorney yesterday said in the press conference that they'll file day after day after day after day. So we ain't finna be doing no watch party every time for each one of these. That they on some BS now. Like, I mean, they were on some BS before, but it's like they just working the system at this point. Right, he's done. Diddy's done. Is Diddy going to play the Tim Norman card? I didn't do it. Right. Open that can of worms, right? Oh, 6 months. So Daryl saying 6 months to a year. I'm sorry. I would agree. I would say about 6 months to a year 6 months to a year. I don't think it would be much more than a year before this trial starts, though. So that means I gotta stay on it. They should take the key to the city back. I'm sure they will. The mayor, that mayor got problems too, right? We'll be watching his arraignment hearing soon too, from what it seems like. I wonder, would he try to unalive himself? I don't think so. We were talking about that yesterday, Kimmy. I think the consensus, I guess I could put that here. I'm gonna put it in the poll. What y'all think though? I think the consensus for the most part is that most of us think he won't. I gotta watch my words. Let me see, because this is YouTube. Do you think that Diddy would, I'll just say would, take himself out? Do you think Diddy, not Titty, but Diddy, do you think Diddy would consider taking himself out? Unaliving himself? Do you? I don't think he would. Come on, Darius next, right? Ooh, that one's gonna be good, friend. Now I'm an expert on that one. That one's gonna be real good. I ain't gotta read nothing. They come to me for the answers. Okay, I guess I'm gonna just start reading the now my brain is free. I'm tired and hungry. I haven't eaten since yesterday night. Okay, here we go. I thought I had opened this before. That's what it was. Let me see. Maybe where was it? There it is. Okay, we got this here. Let me move this down. Okay, we got this. So this is what I'm gonna put them back on the screen, but I want to show you what we're looking at. So this is what I'm reading. This is from the United States, U.S. Department of Justice, and this is the prosecutors asking that Diddy not be given bail. That's before, this is before yesterday. So I'm going to read this. I'm not going to have it on the screen just so we can keep a watch out on when, hopefully, a press conference starts from somebody who can say something about this situation. But just so you know what we're doing. That's not it. Where it go? Hold on. Okay, here it is. Like all of a sudden I couldn't find it. Okay, so this is, let's see. It starts with Dear Judge, the defendant Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love. See, I told you. Was taken into custody this morning after a grand jury sitting in this district returned a 3-count indictment charging him with crimes related to his decade-long pattern of physical and violence against multiple victims and his use of force, threats, and coercion to enact his will, protect his reputation, and fulfill his desires. So again, but his attorneys keep claiming that the only person that this is about is Cassie. They say he had multiple victims. The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before this court later today and in support of the government's request for the defendant's detention pending trial. So they want him to be detained until the trial starts. As set forth below, there is no condition or combination of conditions that will be reasonable to assure the appearance of the defendant as required and the safety of others and the community, not to mention the integrity of the proceedings. As reflected by the gravity of the charges in this indictment, the defendant is dangerous and poses an ongoing threat to the safety of the community. If released, he remains a serious risk of flight despite the conditions offered by his counsel. So they're saying no matter what his gaslighting counselor is saying, he's still a full risk. Hold on, I'm trying to enlarge this a little bit because my eyes are starting to get lost. Will this help? Nope. That's gonna make it worse. Most glaringly, the defendant also posed a significant risk of obstructing justice. Indeed, and as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, the defendant has attempted to bribe security staff and threatened and interfered with witnesses to his criminal conduct. So they got to be talking about the security at that hotel. I'm sure other places too, but they're specifically probably talking about that particular situation. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation in this case, repeatedly contacting victims and witnesses and feeding them false narratives of events, as described in detail below. Ooh, we about to get into the nitty-gritty, some of the stuff y'all been saying. There are simply no conditions that would ensure that the defendant's efforts to obstruct and tamper with witnesses will stop. No, because he's a monster. The defendant, therefore, cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention, and the court should order him detained. Amen. Preach. On September 17th of 2024, an indictment returned by the federal grand jury sitting in the Southern District of New York was unsealed, charging the defendant with racketeering conspiracy from in or about 2008 on through or about the date of indictment. Dag. They like, and again, they probably, I guess, using maybe, I don't know. They going back as far as 2008, but ain't no telling. They could be legal reasons why they didn't go further back. But they said on or about to the date of the indictment. So they like, and he's still been up to it till now, present day. In violation of, and then they give the statutes. They talk about the S trafficking from on or about 2009 in through about 2018. Oh, so he slowed down. Why he slow down, y'all? Why 2000? What's significant about 2018 when it comes to Diddy? A. Benson is asking, is he in Gen Pop? No, friend, you know ain't no Diddy and no Gen Pop, no billionaire. No, friend, come on now. No, they said he's in solitary confinement and on watch. So no, absolutely no. They would not put nobody like that in Gen Pop. They couldn't even really get away with that. In interstate transportation to engage in happy adult fun time from in or about 2009 through wait. Okay, so the S trafficking was from about 2009 to 2018. So I was curious at what would have made him stop that in 2018. However, they say and interstate transportation to engage in the P word from about 2009 through 2024, which is present day. Transportation, trafficking, interstate. Were they on the road? Did he go from them being in the planes to buses? I'm confused. I'm tired too, so it could be my brain. Y'all help me out. Why is it? What's the difference between S trafficking and interstate transportation to engage in P. I know once I get off of him and be like, Vel, it's this simple. What do you, my brain is doing stuff. Okay. I'm still, help me, y'all. Tell me what I'm missing. What's happening? Well, I guess the act of S trafficking, I can't let it go, y'all. The S trafficking, but I guess that's the act of, and then the interstate transportation is the means, maybe. I don't know. Then the section A is Combs' use of violent threats and coercion. Okay, Courtney is saying yes. Okay, is that what it? Okay, thank you, Courtney. Since at least 2008, the defendant and other members and associates of racketeering enterprise alleged in the indictment, which includes the defendant's multifaceted business empire, wielded the power and prestige of the defendant's reputation as a musician, entrepreneur, and figure in the entertainment industry to commit federal crimes, including racketeering, S trafficking, and other offenses. As charged in the indictment, many of those crimes involved in SA and the exploitation of women. Is that somebody? Oh, here go the kids coming. Wait, what? Why is it always on the different screen? Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Hold on, y'all. Jesus. God dog it. Where they at? Is this him? There they go. Jesus. Okay. Oh, this was on a delay. That's why. I'm like, I keep making y'all miss everything. Oh, let me take it off mute. Let me see. They probably yelling. Where are the twins? Who the lady? Who that lady? Is that his mama? That's the mama, ain't it? She look little. I ain't know she was that small. Is that his mama? Oh, it's going down, y'all. It's going down. Who else coming out? Is that it? Okay, that's it for now. I guess I can just stay on here and then know that it's on a slight delay than the others. Well, they have left, so we should probably see any minute now the his gaslighting attorneys. Diddy should have brought some of those baby oil with him in jail so he could slide out to jail, right? He used to Uber there from time to time. Because wasn't Rod a driver too? That was one of the other ways he did it. I mean, when you really think about it, Diddy was real old school with it. Like, he's old school. Like, I'm gonna send you to this job over there. And who were the clients? Do y'all think that the U.S. government got the client list, y'all? And do y'all think it's gonna be people we know? Poll question, we're closing out. Do you think that Diddy would take himself out? 27% of you say yes. 73% of you say no. So the majority say no. I don't know. I think he's okay. Is this the attorney coming? I think that's the attorney coming. Yep, that's the attorney. Hold on. They on a delay on crime and whatever it's called, law and crime. But I think he coming. Here. Let's see what kind of gaslighting he about to do. Everything went great. This one is planned. We'll be fine. He's amazing. He's strong. He's going to be victorious. This is all a ruse. Law and crime is really on a delay because I'm watching him talk on this other one, but I don't want to switch off on y'all.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we made a bail appeal to Judge Carter. It did not go our way. The fight continues.
We're not giving up by a long shot. I told Mr. Combs I'm going to try and get his case to trial as quickly as possible. I'm going to try and minimize the amount of time he spends in very, very difficult and I believe inhumane housing conditions in the special housing unit of the Metropolitan Detention Facility. And I'm going to do everything that I can to move his case as quickly as possible.
That can't be.
Devices
Oh, that's
that they
them.
have to
This one.
download and provide to me, but everything's on the government's timetable. Nothing's on the defendant's timetable, and they're going to have to accommodate me and him and give us a quick trial, and I'm going to be pushing for that. He's ready. He's focused. He has been ready to defend this case since he first found out about this case. Nothing has changed from his perspective. I obviously would much prefer to fight this case with him out of jail, and we are going to try to bring that about through additional legal process. But wherever he is, his resolve is the same. He believes he's innocent. I believe he's innocent, and we're going to fight this case with all of our might until we don't have to fight any longer. I'm not really going to take any questions, but at this point, we are moving forward. We're preparing for trial as we speak, and we are considering our next steps and appealing the court's ruling from today. All right. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. He's doing good. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. I'll do that. All right. So in the past, Essex County, New Jersey, it's a county facility, but it has a contract with the federal government, and you can get certain number of federal inmates in Essex County, New Jersey. And in my experience, it's an easier place to deal with. I think it's better for the person being housed there, and it's easier to get access, to him. I mean, one of the hardest things when you're preparing for a very significant trial with a great deal of discovery is you want your client to be able to have access to, the electronic discovery. Nothing nowadays is in paper form. Everything's electronic. So you need to make sure that your client has access to a computer and that it can look at the discovery, that comes in. So that was my idea. All right. I'm going to go. Thank you. He's good.
I guess that's all. I don't know who else we would be looking for. I'm gonna keep it on the screen on my screen, but I think that's it for how long we've been on here? 2 hours and 47 minutes. Excuse me for doing that in the mic, y'all. Okay. I'm like, where are my thoughts at? The whole him saying him being in the jail and it's inhumane. I'm like, you do know it's 1,200 more other people there, right? Like, but when your client get there, it's inhumane. But do you understand that this is an operating jail? And yes, jails aren't perfect. That's not what I'm saying at all. But for you to say inhumane when he's in the same place as the other 1,200 people and it's been okay for them, don't. You're already going. You're kind of detaching yourself from reality and from regular folk. Bring it back. Reel it back in. I'll read a couple of comments rather, and then we're gonna. I'm gonna try to finish this. I'm gonna breeze through the document, and then we're gonna call it a night. I'm not gonna be able to go live again. my throat. It's something happening because it was doing this to me yesterday. Like I can't talk a long time. So I don't want to wear myself out. I'm trying to see what to put up here. I need to get some. Well, I think this is appropriate. Okay, reading the comments because she is the catalyst for why we're here. Thank you, Cassie. You got it. They are layering charges. You got it, Val. Yes. I don't know when I said that or what. I don't know when, but yes, that is true though. He started going to different. Okay, this was the explanation with my confusion of the S trafficking versus and the interstate transportation to engage in the act. I was like, what, huh? So you said he started going to different cities instead of having them brought to him. Makes sense. So about in, I guess they're guesstimating in about 2009, he started having them come to him. I mean, he started going to them as well. Yeah, they're just shipping them all over the place. Like cargo. Ooh, Jesus. No, Diddy would be in immediate. Oh, this is about whether with him being in Gen Pop. No, Diddy would be in immediate target, putting him in Pop risk his safety, which they can't do even if he is allegedly been awful. Yes, and that's what I was saying. Like they can't even get away with that. That's illegal. Like they can't put him in a position where they know it's very likely that harm would or could be caused against him. Although let the streets tell it, he probably got pulled in prison too, based on his connections. But we'll see. I mean, I think he's gonna be fine there, to be honest. I mean, he's gonna have to adjust, get used to it. But I think he's gonna live like a kingpin in jail. I truly do. In prison. I didn't put this up. One of the most shocking things to me was the home not being already paid off. I start this tizzy because actually, from a tax perspective, it's actually better if he doesn't pay it off. So celebrities and people at that level, they will carry mortgages because there are tax advantages to them having a mortgage. So that makes sense. It ain't that, oh, he couldn't afford it. Oh, he's a billionaire. He got a mortgage. No. He should have a mortgage for tax purposes. So not surprising at all when I heard that. Beyonce and Jay-Z got a mortgage on that new, what did they spend over $100 and something million on that house everybody's making a big deal of? I even did a video on it. They got a mortgage. They paid, I think, half or something, and the rest is mortgaged. That's pretty much the norm. Even though let Darius Crooks tell you, he say he can't, he's so rich he can't get a mortgage. Okay. Anyway, wonder where Farnsworth Bentley has to say. Wonder what he has to say, or what he knows. Now he know a ton. What he got to say is "mom's the word." Now I don't know if he's been communicating with the feds or if they interviewed him and he said I don't know nothing about nothing or what's what. But yeah, he's been very quiet. He's been off the radar. But people keep bringing them up. You can run, but you can't hide. We already know. Pink Pearls is saying the lady that we saw walking out of the court may have been his sister. Oh, I keep forgetting to click. I'm reading them, but I'm forgetting to click them. Inner City Press. Oh, you're telling me where I can find on Twitter somebody who's doing a live reporting on it. Okay, thank you so much for that, Inner City Press. I will make a note of that and follow them on Twitter. Okay, so let's try to do a little bit more of the. I'm gonna kind of breeze through it because we've been on here almost 3 hours, y'all, and my voice feels like it. Okay, I'm gonna take this down so that we can put that up for a second. Then we're gonna screen share the document. That's it. Yep. Right. Yep. That's the document. Then we do this. Okay. Bear with my reading because it's gonna get worse as my brain starts to fade. Okay, so we're gonna read the detail. Did we read that part? Yeah, we read that part. Okay, so part 1 is saying S trafficking and abuse, the use of power and prestige of the enterprise. The defendant lured female victims into the defendant's orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Interesting. So what he did with Cassie, they saying that was how he rolled, acting like he would be interested in them and then converting them. Grooming them is another word for that. Grooming. The defendant then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause those females to engage in S activity, which included frequent S acts with male commercial S workers that the defendant referred to as freak-offs. Freak-offs were elaborate S performances that the defendant arranged, directed, self-pleasured during, and often electronically recorded. Freak-offs occurred regularly from at least in or around 2009 through this year. Sometimes lasted multiple days and frequently involved multiple S workers. The defendant arranged freak-offs with the assistance of members and associates of the enterprise, including employees of his business and hotel rooms where they were staged, often sustain significant damages. I stumbled because I'm like, dang, what y'all doing that y'all damaging the rooms? Jesus. I was about to say something. We're not on Patreon. Let me calm down. The defendant ensured the victims would participate in freak-offs through coercion and violence. For instance, the defendant provided controlled substances, including ketamine, ecstasy, GHB, to female victims so that they could and would continue to engage in freak-offs despite fatigue, physical and emotional exhaustion, and pain. That is ridiculous. Additionally, but his attorneys will argue that this was all consensual. Additionally, both during freak-offs and separate from freak-offs, the defendant subjected female victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse, in part to cause them to engage in freak-offs. The defendant hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged female victims, sometimes by their hair. I literally just said that. I must have heard this somewhere because I just said that. Almost in that same way. At least a dozen witnesses will confirm that they personally observed the defendant's violence towards women and or the injuries sustained by women and by the defendant's hand. One incident of physical abuse occurred when a female victim was attempting to leave the hotel following a March 2016 freak-off. This abuse was captured on video surveillance and publicly reported in May of 2024. Do y'all believe, let me do a poker. Do y'all believe the U.S. attorneys released this footage? Inside the, do you that the, I'm just say feds released the video? Do you believe that the feds released, typo, do you believe that the feds released the video that we ended up seeing of Cassie? Like, meaning somebody in the government, somebody on the other side, when they got it as evidence, was like, we about to release this. We're gonna really stick it to him. Some of y'all think they always play clean and, oh no, but that wouldn't be leaked. No, they know how to manipulate the media and get things going, and they might have needed a few more witnesses, and they like, but if we release it and let them know we really got him, or even sometimes they will be petty and say, okay, he out here denying everything like ain't nothing happened, like we just making up ish, like we just bored. Throw out the tape, throw out the video, y'all, so he know we really got him. Like it's a dog whistle. They do those things, y'all. They do. They have fun too. They have fun too. Well, leave off. Okay, this abuse was captured on video surveillance and publicly reported in May of 2024. The defendant's assaults often resulted in serious injuries to the victims that took days or weeks to heal. That is horrible. They said, for example, in approximately 2012 in Manhattan, the defendant paid over $46,000 to cover damages to a penthouse hotel room following a freak off. What the hell are y'all doing that's causing $46,000 of damage? They also put an excerpt of the video footage, which is Exhibit A. That's the first thing they showing in this trial. That's Exhibit A. CJ is saying, I believe that they found it in the first raid and released it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Worse than that. Right. Worse than a Hangover movie. $46,000 worth of damage to even a penthouse. Jesus. The defendant also coerced victims into participating in freak-offs by controlling their careers, finances, livelihood, and or housing, among other aspects of their lives, or by threatening to disseminate recordings of freak-offs. This is definitely leading with Cassie's story. It's definitely leading with Cassie's story. And then there are some, people on the peripheral, some other players involved. But this is definitely pointing towards, we'll see what some of y'all have already seen, but I'm interested to see how far they veer away from just her story. The defendants used his considerable wealth and influence to make victims rely on him financially, for example, by paying their rent or their cars or by offering them career opportunities. He's done all that with Cassie. Once he provided his support, the defendant repeatedly threatened to take it away to ensure that the victim's compliance with his demands included their participation in freak-offs. That's why I'm not good at accepting gifts anyway. And this is in part why. But if you're going to give me a car, a house, or anything of value, it better be in my name. If it ain't in my name, it ain't my gift. It's yours. You've loaned me something. And that's not a gift. I don't want it. What is title to this car? No, I've leased it in my name, but I got you, baby. No, that's still your car. I'll drive it though, but I know this is your car. No, don't expect me to get you walk around, drive it with a smile, because I know I'm borrowing your car. That's how I feel about it. Indeed, victims believed that they could not refuse the defendant's demands, that they engaged in freak-offs without risking their financial security or career prospects, or without repercussions in the form of physical or emotional abuse. So sad. He was grooming these. Well, definitely Cassie for sure. I'm sure a bunch of other people too. Other violence. In addition to the defendant's physical and emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards his employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant often assisted by members and associates of the enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, and physical violence. Jesus, mine. Oh, my brain, y'all. Such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, and hitting, dragging, choking, or shoving others. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed or experienced violence from the defendant firsthand and sustained lasting trauma as a result. So this is where we're getting into the other people, because you let his attorney tell it today. He say this, they only got one alleged victim, is what he's saying. He's like, I don't know what they talking about with everything else, because he said they ain't mentioned nothing else. For example, in the early morning hours of December the 22nd of 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at G Point to facilitate, but I already know. Actually, I just remember what I was going to say. Please hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't. Me reading this, and I'm going to go ahead and finish it just because some of you have not heard it at all. And I haven't. It's a blind reaction for me. But that means that YouTube is going to definitely demonetize this video. I can already tell just from what I'm reading and how I'm reading. They're going to demonetize. So please hit that like button so that it's not all in vain. Thank you. It's free to you and valuable to me. Thank you. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22nd of 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another individual. One. They not even giving names because they don't trust Diddy. They not even giving names. They call them individual one. They'll insert the name during the trial. They like, we're not putting it in this indictment because that person won't make it to the trial. They won't be here. Multiple witnesses would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in, and latter of which is corroborated by police reports and other records. Man, he was out there just being ruthless. Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendants and co-conspirators set fire to individual one's vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. The police and fire department reports extensively document the arson and concluded that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. That's some B-made kind of actions. I could say it at this point. That's bitch made. I'm going to destroy your car. All right, Diddy. I had your car set on fire. More broadly, since at least 2008, allegations of the defendant's physical abuse of women and others have been publicly reported in the media, including Hollywood blogs and on podcasts. Law enforcement reports corroborate that police responded to several instances of the defendant's violence, including assaults against victims and other individuals. More recently, there have been an outpouring of public allegations against the defendant, including claims of threats and physical and violence, dating as far back as the 1990s. In short, the defendant's violent tendencies are widely known. However, at no point during the past few decades has the threat of public exposure or law enforcement intervention deterred the defendant from continuing his abuse. So they like, this ain't new. This ain't strange to nobody. Everybody know about it. But at no point did he feel like, oh, people getting on to me. Let me back it down. Let me calm it down. Let me do. No, he just was going full speed ahead. He thought he was invincible. Thought he was a deity. The defendant and the members of the enterprise, including the defendant's security personnel, at times carried arms, and the defendant himself carried and brandished arms to intimidate and threaten others. Indeed, some victims were aware that of the defendant's access to arms. On one occasion, the defendant forced a female victim to carry an arm on his behalf, and on another occasion, he pointed an arm at a female victim. So I think when they're talking about the person carrying, I think that's the J-Lo story. The defendant continues to have access to arms, including illegal arms. In March of 2024, during the searches of the defendant's residencies in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized arms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s, each with defaced serial numbers, as well as large capacity drum magazines. As pictured below in the close-up image, the serial numbers of one of the ARs is visibly bored through and obscured. Why you hiding the security, the serial numbers? I'm gonna have to scroll past that real quick just for YouTube guidelines foolishness. In addition, six illegally purchased blinkies with serial numbers, some which were stored in blinky safes, were recovered from the defendant's residence. Although these particular blinkies, both the legal and illegal arms, were seized, their presence in the defendant's home demonstrates that the defendant has access to and surrounds himself with both arms and ammunition. Likewise, even if the defendant were personally restrained by the courts from obtaining new arms himself, he could retain access to them through others. That's true. That's true. In some, the defendant's regular use of violence and threats of violence, as well as the coercion described above against the victims and others, foster a culture of fear in which these individuals believe they were unable to reject the defendant's demand without subjecting themselves to physical violence or other abuse. Now we go on to his bribes, bribing a witness and the obstruction of justice. Throughout the time period charged in the indictment, when the defendant faced the possibility that his violent and criminal conduct could become public, the defendant and other members and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims not to report what they saw or heard to law enforcement or to otherwise conceal criminal conduct. For example, and as noted above, in March 2016, the defendant was captured on video surveillance, striking, kicking, and dragging a woman in a public area of a hotel in an apparent attempt to prevent her from leaving a freak-off. I thought his attorney said that people were doing stuff of their own free will and volition, and they could do what they wanted to do. He said Cassie could do what she wanted to do. Well, she wanted to leave. And you see what they got her. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, the defendant attempted to offer the hotel security officer a stack of cash to ensure his silence. After the security guard refused the defendant's bribe, and after coordination between the defendant and his employees, the defendant's staff contacted other members of the hotel security. At the same time, the staff members were in close communication with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault and to prevent the incident from becoming publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel server, but not from the world, not from the internet, obviously. Somebody kept it. Somebody knew better. Similarly, throughout the time period charged in the indictment, members of the associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently, in late 2023, immediately following the public allegations of certain of the defendant's crime, including his physical and abuse of women, the defendant and other members of the enterprise made repeated calls to victims and witnesses, during which they provided victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in an apparent effort to conceal the defendant's crimes. At least 2 occasions, the defendant recorded those calls on a co-conspirator's cell phone, thereby attempting to obscure his involvement with the obstruction. Interesting. This just me reading this brought to my remembrance that there was a TikToker who had posted a video, this was months ago, about an alleged, I think, attorney for Diddy who had reached out to her. I think she was sharing certain things or blah, 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 and they were trying to get her to stop. And then they were creating this kind of false narrative. Now, I don't know if that was one of his associates or what, but sounds familiar. Sounds similar to what the TikToker was going through with him. And I think it turned into threats towards the end when she wouldn't give in. The government's investigation is ongoing. This is key, y'all. This is key. I want y'all to know, again, this thing on, this is key. Part C, the government's investigation is ongoing. So we have heard about Cassie. We see there's a lot of, emphasis on this and it's the trafficking and all of that. They're not done. This is what they had to go ahead and bring him in now. For whatever reason, they felt like we need to go ahead and get him off the street now. So let's use this. This is enough to get him off the street. And then while he's off the street, we can then continue to work in peace. And we ain't got to worry about him. And the other piece is he's witness tampering. So they're like, you know what? We gotta put this, we gotta squash this because he's getting in our way and he could potentially jack this up for us. Let's get him off the street and then we'll continue our work in peace. That's what this is about. They ain't done. They is not done. Please remember to hit that like button. We got 193 likes, but I'm looking at 239 over here on the YouTube side. And even on the other platforms, hit that like if you can. While the indictment against the defendant was unsealed today, as in Tuesday, the investigation into his and the other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing. As a result of the ongoing investigation, as well as the defendant's charged conduct outlined above, including obstruction of justice and witness tampering, the government is limited in its abilities to fully set forth all known details of the defendant's criminal conduct, including details of certain witness testimony. They like, we ain't done. We don't even have, we got an idea. We understand the big picture for the most part, but there are still pieces of this onion that have not yet been peeled back, is what they're saying. To the extent that the court has additional questions about the charged offense, conduct, or any other information set forth herein, the government is prepared to proffer additional information on an ex parte basis. They are reserving the right to add more to this. They like, we ain't done. We don't have everything, but we know there's more out there. And what we're saying is we got this for now, and we just need to handle this and get him locked up. Now we're about to go back to work, if it's okay with you. And just know we're going to be sending some more stuff. That's what they're saying. While his attorney's talking about some, yeah, we want to just get to trial right away. No, they still working, buddy. And then he's like, but yeah, see, we ain't got no control. The government's controlling all this. See, this is the problem with this. They got all the control. Yeah, that's how it works. We're probably looking at a year. Who was that we was commenting earlier? I was talking with. Yeah, friend, we got about a year. This part tells me we got about a year. Because they still investigating some stuff. They still got some pieces they ain't shared yet. And then they got probably they can talk to 50 people. They probably got another 45 to still talk to. That's what we talking about. That probably ain't even related to these pieces of the case. This is gonna be Rico and everything by the time we done. What's all this about? Okay, there's a bunch of statue mumbo jumbo, and my brain a little too spent to read all that. So, all right. Discussion. For the reasons set forth below, the defendant poses a significant danger to the community, both in terms of physical violence and obstructive conduct, as well as a risk of flight. This is especially true given the nature of the criminal conduct and the strong weight of evidence. The defendant, therefore, cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention in this case. So they're repeating that. Part A, the dangerousness. They said the dangerousness. I need to keep that as a possible thumbnail title. The dangerousness of Diddy. The defendant is charged with serious and violent crimes. As charged in the indictment, the defendant has physically and essayed women and others for the better part of 2 decades. They said women and others. That means women, men, and trans, everything else. Anything on the side. You take your pick. Probably catfish and dog too. Probably a few chickens too. You know, they say the freak offs. What we haven't learned is what really happens in all of the freak offs. There could be some animal stuff going on too. You never know. You can't put it back. Bestiality. Can't put it past him. He on ketamine and all that. Can't put it past him. Have we heard? Maybe I missed it. Well, we heard of any cats or dogs, some cows, some piglets, some rabbits. You know, he liked cute, innocent beings. That's who he liked to victimize. Probably a guinea pig or two in there, a hamster. You know, some of them like to put the hamster in the back side and have it dug out. I'm just saying. The S trafficking charge based on the defendant's abusive conduct, count 2 carries with its a presumption of detention. And the detention is particularly supported by the facts of this case. Since at least 2008, the defendant has engaged in serious acts of violence, including forcing and coercing women to participate in S activities, including S acts with commercial S workers. I'm getting good at doing it quickly, y'all. By using physical force, financial pressure, emotional abuse, and narcotics. These acts described in detail above were referred to as freak-offs, among other names, and involve orchestrated S performances facilitated through drug use and sometimes lasted days at a time. They add more to this because this is primarily the things that involve Cassie. But you got to know when Cassie was talking, when she got to talking and understood that she had a level of protection and hundreds of millions of dollars to even enforce her protection even more, because now she can afford real good security. She got to telling it all. You can't tell me she wasn't talking about the business dealings, the mafia activity that ain't had nothing to do with sex. I guarantee you. Cassie put it all on the line. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you, Cassie. The government says they act like they doing this show with me. That is not all, is what they said. As set forth in the indictment, the charges against the defendant capture significant additional violence, both spontaneous and premeditated. On numerous occasions, the defendant assaulted women, employees, and others who became enraged by throwing objects at them, choking them, pushing them, kicking them, slamming them against walls and on the ground. The defendant and other members and associates of the enterprise sounds so creepy now, doesn't it? Ooh. I think I'm gonna have to change my business name because that word is in my business name. The enterprise. Watch out for the enterprise. That's scary. Turn it to a spooky word. They'll be in the enterprise. All of a sudden, it doesn't sound so aspirational. And the associates of the enterprise were also capable of premeditated violence, resulting in kidnapping and arson, with the defendant's power to control were threatened. The defendant's violence, whether spontaneous or premeditated, had the effect of exerting his continued control over these individuals. So they saying sometimes he just lost it. They eating ice cream and cake and laughing at an old episode of Martin, and they're like, "Oh, Martin and Gina, they so funny." Like, "What you laughing at, bitch?" And then just start wailing on him because he's crazy and probably high on drugs too. So they saying sometimes it was spontaneous, and then other times it was premeditated. Like, yeah, go on and fly to L.A. He in New York talking about, so go fly to L.A., go pick up Cassandra, and then bring her over here. And then she get over there, and then he, got this old elaborate torture scene that he ready to enact on him. So some of it was premeditated. So they said the defendant's violence, whether it was spontaneous or premeditated, had the effect of exerting his continued control over these individuals. The defendant also carried arms to intimidate and threaten others. Multiple defaced semi-automatic rifles were recovered when law enforcement searched the defendant's residency in March of 2024, including we talked about them already, the ARs, disassembled and hidden in the defendant's bedroom closet. In short, the conduct with which the defendant is charged shows a pattern of violence and abusive conduct, underscoring his dangerousness. This disposition to violence cannot be reasonably prevented through bail conditions. So they like, we can't prevent that with no ankle monitor and telling him, be a good boy while you're off till we take you to trial. We can't prevent that. More of this. They said the violence alleged in the indictment was not isolated or aberrational. It was systematic and pervasive. The defendant abused women with whom he was in personal relationships, employees, witnesses to his crimes, and others. That's the thing when you think about a person who abuses the people closest to them, loved ones, but also, when you have employees and stuff, you gain a closeness to them over time. You get to know them, maybe their family, et cetera, et cetera. And those are the people he's abusing. That says a lot about his mentality, his mindset. These ain't just random people on the street. I mean, some of them are, but you know what I'm saying. He's also abusing those closest to him. Says, as described above, the defendant has physically and emotionally abused long-term romantic partners for decades and unalived them, allegedly. Y'all ain't mentioned that in here, but that might be coming, y'all. That might be getting added to this. The unaliving of and attempted unaliving of the said lady's baby daddy. The defendant's I skipped that. As described above, the defendant has physically and emotionally abused long-term romantic partners for decades, including by forcing them to engage in freak-offs. The defendant has abused countless others in his orbit, and in particular, women without regard for consequences. Indeed, the defendant's abuse of women long predates the conduct charged in the indictment. To date, at least 5 women have publicly accused the defendant of violent SA dating back to the 1990s. Moreover, the defendant's violence and abuse often occurred behind closed doors, including in his home, hotels, where he was staying, and other private settings. He has assaulted victims, employees, and others, and even brandished arms at a victim in his homes. The alleged trafficking similarly took place in private settings, not easily monitored. Indeed, in addition to engaging in freak-offs at hotels, the defendant has at times organized freak-offs at his home or at the homes of his female victims. This is precisely the kind of violence that even strict conditions such as home incarceration cannot prevent. So they're like, he can have on an ankle monitor and be having a freak off. We won't know the difference. In sum, the defendant's long history of violent conduct makes it clear that even the most stringent bail conditions will not suffice to ensure the safety of the community. The defendant is a serial abuser who repeatedly assaults and coerces women to achieve his own gratification and uses his vast wealth and position of power in the entertainment industry to conceal his illegal conduct and prevent victims of and witnesses to his abuse from coming forward. They give a statute. The defendant's long-standing pattern of abuse is probative evidence of the likelihood that he will continue to abuse. Indeed, nothing, not even the threat of public exposure or law enforcement intervention has stopped his abuse. So what they're saying here is that literally since March of 2024, when he, well, a little bit before that was the Cassie thing, and then the raid and everything else, they like he still continues to do it, as they said earlier in this, to present day. They've been watching him so much they know he was still doing it. At this point, he's been up to it so long, they probably got an FBI agent who's on his team and he don't even know it. They're a mole. The defendant's longstanding pattern of abuse is probative evidence of the likelihood that he will continue to abuse. Indeed, nothing, not even the threat of public exposure or law enforcement intervention, has stopped his abuse. The defendant has continued to physically assault and threaten those around him. Wow. Including his romantic partners, his employees, and others who happen to be present when he succumbs to fits of rage. So does that mean Carissa has also been a victim? No bail conditions can address the defendant's tendency to become violent when angry or emotional. Ooh, imagine how angry he's gonna get with those bologna sandwiches in jail. Oh my God, he ain't gonna be able to eat surf and turf every day. And or really request whatever he wants to be made. He got to take what's on the menu. A little carton of milk, a little cellophane, a little cup of orange juice with aluminum foil peel on top of it. Diddy gonna be going through it. And the defendant's physical assaults are serious, resulting at times in serious injury, requiring medical intervention and long periods of recovery. Therefore, the nature and seriousness of the danger to any person is both real and specific. So then they're citing, I think, some case law connected to that. Then we got B, obstruction. That could be another thumbnail title. Obstruction. As a part of the charged racketeering conspiracy, the defendant engaged in obstruction of justice, including bribery and witness tampering. Given the defendant's history of engaging in obstructive conduct to conceal his criminal acts, both personally and through intermediaries, there is every reason to believe that the defendant will continue to engage in such obstruction if released. They give more case law. As detailed in the indictment, following a freak-off in March of 2016, the defendant attempted to bribe the hotel security staff to prevent the hotel security from publicly disclosing and or reporting to law enforcement his vicious attack on a woman attempting to leave a freak-off. The defendant's efforts to disclaim responsibility for the attack continued until earlier this year. A civil lawsuit was filed on or about November 16th of 2023, alleging years of sexual, emotional, emotional, verbal, and physical abuse by the defendant, including allegations describing the March 2016 incident. Following the filing of the lawsuit, the defendant stated in no uncertain terms, "Let me be clear." Now, this is what his attorney current day is saying. I'm not familiar with Mr. Combs actually saying that. I think his attorneys at the time said this. So this is what he's saying. He's saying that the attorney said this, not Diddy. Quote, "Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged." Line ass. Line up. Through counsel, the defendant vehemently denied these offensive and outrageous allegations. That's what he's called. I vehemently denied these offensive and outrageous allegations of my actual acts that are recorded. But I didn't know at the time that y'all would find out. Describing the complaint as riddled with baseless and outrageous lies. Y'all see how people be gaslighting y'all online, and y'all be like, he said he didn't do it. He said he don't be doing stuff like that. He said y'all just hate us. He a billionaire. Y'all just hate him because he a billionaire. See, this the problem. Y'all always trying to put crabs in a barrel. Always trying to pull the black man down. All that. Y'all doing all that. Meanwhile, this Negro lying to y'all. Gaslighting the hell out of y'all. Quit being so simple-minded. Of course he gonna say he ain't do it. Why would he say, oh yeah, y'all got me? What? He's trying to avoid what we're watching right now. He knew his whole world would fall apart. Money and power gone. What's breaking news on CNN? What they breaking? Is Diddy broken? Did he have a fit after they gave him his first bologna sandwich? Let me see. He ain't had no bologna sandwich probably since he was 5 years old. Well, I'm on YouTube. I don't see no breaking news, though. What is breaking, though? What they breaking? That's 11 hours ago. Let me see. Is it live? Let me go to live. I don't see nothing on CNN. What you watching? Real sit? You must be watching it on TV and not on YouTube. Give me more details when you can. What else we got? Oh, unfortunately, I can't share the TV screen with y'all. But what's breaking? What are they saying? Why would they be? Why they ain't got it over here? Oh, that he stays in custody. Well, I mean, we already know this. Well, we already know. It's not really breaking news an hour later. Don't come late. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about CNN. Don't come late to the party acting like you breaking the news. Everybody was there when they shared that earlier. Had I not had to read this, we've been off the show already. We already knew this. Where we at? Oh, that was the other thing because I'm gonna end up losing. Thank you, A. Benson, saying nothing new on CNN. Thank y'all. The thing I was gonna say that came to me as I was reading this, a new thought. Cassie probably is the one who released the tape, or Cassie is the one who got her hands on the actual videotape, and the reason why Diddy. And I don't know, maybe y'all already know this. Maybe this is already out there because, again, I don't follow this. I hadn't been following this like that. But is there a chance that Cassie, knowing that she was going to, sue him civilly, part of her pulling her evidence together was trying to get her hands on the tape she knew existed from the March 2016 incident of her being battered? And she did finally get her hands on. She found the right people and she got her hands on it. And then she walked in with her lawyer to Diddy's lawyers and said, how you like me now? Give me 100 million plus. And they like, you lying though, you lying. Or they were saying that first. And then she's like, look at what I got. Nah. She turned to a kid. Nah. Look at what I got. And he's like, how much you want to settle for? And then she like, whatever. And then still put it out because it's illegal. You can't have, I learned that you can't have a non-disclaimer on something that's illegal. Maybe they tried to finagle it and they thought they was going to shut her down and quiet her up. You agreeing that you won't put this tape out, blah, 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 this and that, da, da, da. She's like, oh yeah, sure. When the money gonna be wired? As soon as they wire the money, they're gonna tape. It's out to the public. And then she's like, I dare you to sue me. You're gonna be so busy under the jail, you ain't gonna be able to sue me. You're gonna be too busy trying to save your freedom. I don't know. Just my random mind. CNN was sleeping on the job. Wake up, stay focused. Exactly. Like we are an hour past that information. Oh, Will Dudley had just left the courthouse. Oh yeah, Will. They as soon as they left out of there, they the attorney and everything. Well, there were also people in the courtroom, obviously, messaging the decision. So we knew over an hour ago at this point. But thank you for sharing still. Okay, where was I at? Okay, he vehemently denied it. This and that. This was riddled with baseless, outrageous lies. And then it was not until the video surveillance footage of the defendant's attack was leaked to the media months later that the defendant was forced to admit he had, in fact, perpetrated the quote-unquote disgusting act. Clearly, I was in a dark place. Yeah, y'all. I know I told y'all it had nothing. It was all baseless, but that was a moment. It was darkness. I wasn't talking about the darkness moment. I was just talking about the rest of everything else was baseless. The stuff y'all can't prove yet, though. When y'all can prove the rest of it too, I'm gonna just say that was part of the dark period I mentioned. I didn't give no timeline on the dark period. It's been most of my adult life, if not all of it. Said clearly the defendant is willing to deflect, minimize, and lie, and induce others to do so on his behalf to avoid taking responsibility for his own actions. We know this to be true. We've seen it. More recently, the defendant has directly and through intermediaries engaged in obstructive conduct related to the matters under investigation in this case. Specifically, following the November 2023 lawsuit, the defendant and his intermediaries acted on his behalf to reach out to potential victims and witnesses to the alleged conduct, including individuals he did not speak to regularly and had not spoken to in years, in an attempt to feed those victims and witnesses false narratives about the defendant's criminal conduct. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man? Who this? This Tommy Boy from Bad Boy. Remember we used to hang out? Yeah, man. What? That is strange hearing from you. Yeah, no, man. I've been thinking about you for a while. Remember how we used to roll, and yeah, just well, what you up to? I'm just doing stuff, living life. I'm still working with Diddy. Oh God, you still working with Diddy? Yeah, but he good now. I know we had some rough times. I know he had put that gun in your head and they took your woman and then made you watch him do stuff to her and all that. But he ain't like that no more. He call himself Love now. Man, I don't really want to talk to him. That was some tragic, dark times in my life. Yeah, man, I understand, but God is good. Now, he's been delivered, and look at you out here, you doing good things, right? You living over there on 123 Main Street. Yeah. How you know where I live? I thought you hadn't talked to me in years. Yeah, we know stuff. We can get access to anything, But Diddy actually did mention you because he was saying that Cassie, some stuff going on, that crazy chick, some stuff going on, and Cassie might want to reach out to you. She's just trying to make sure that agreement he had with you back in the day when he put the pow to your head and said that he'll know your every move, that he just want to make sure we're still clear. Yeah, man, I don't want no problems with none of that. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm just calling to make sure it's clear. You good. My brother, love you with the love of God. Just remember what Diddy said, though. That's the kind of conversations that they having with people they ain't talked to in years. Says individuals that he did not speak to regularly and had not spoken to in years in attempt to feed those victims and witnesses false narratives about the defendant's criminal conduct. Like, yeah, no, he never did nothing right. No, he did nothing. With respects to at least two of the individuals, the defendant's co-conspirators assisted in efforts to protect the defendant. For example, on or about November 19th of 2023, just 3 days after filing of the lawsuit described above, the defendant made multiple calls to another victim of his SA and recorded certain of those calls using the cell phone of a co-conspirator. During the calls, the defendant repeatedly asked for the victim's support and friendship. yeah, I know what I did is traumatic, and you know, you've needed all kind of counseling, and life ain't been the same since. But you okay? I let you go. Remember, I let you go. Didn't I let you go? Yeah, I let you go, and I gave you a couple dollars, right? Yeah. Well, I'm just asking for your support and your friendship, right? I still got your friendship? Yeah, Diddy, you still got my friendship. All right. You know what it means if you lose my friendship, right? Diddy, I know I don't want no problems. All right, just make sure. All right. That's why they got it in quotes. Friendship. That means you don't get on the hit list. Says, in an attempt to convince the victim that she had willingly engaged in the acts of constituting S abuse. What? So he wanted her to say, yeah, that's what I wanted you to do. I wanted you to tie that noose around me, my neck. Okay. And pull my fingernails off one by one. Okay. Says the defendant also assured the victim that if she needed the defendant too, she ain't got to worry about nothing else. A thinly veiled attempt to coerce the victim into adopting and supporting the defendant's false version of events to protect the defendant. Even more concerning, since learning about the criminal investigation, including following the execution of the search warrants at his residence, Combs contacted other witnesses on multiple occasions, including other witnesses who have received grand jury subpoenas. This is why he can't know nobody's name. They said the defendant recently conducted. Yeah, my reading is getting back because I'm getting so tired. I apologize for the choppy reading. The defendant's recent conduct is similar to the United States versus LaFontaine, in which the Second Circuit affirmed the district court's revocation of the pretrial release. And so they're using case law. Who cares about that? Rejecting the defendant's argument that the district court finding of dangerousness was not justifiable, the second court noted that the defendant had fed the witness false testimony with the expectation that the witness would adopt it, and even stringent electronic monitoring conditions could be circumvented. Okay, this is still that case law. Okay, I won't care about that case. The flight risk. So now they're talking about him being a flight risk. They said, nor can the defendant overcome the presumption that he is a flight risk. The crimes that the defendant is charged with carry significant penalties, including mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years imprisonment and statutory maximum sentence of life in prison. So they like, he desperate. He looking at the very least 15 years in prison, and on the high end, the rest of his natural life. Diddy is what they said, 53, 54 or something. He looking at the rest of his natural life in prison. So he desperate. This fact alone would provide a compelling incentive for anyone to flee from prosecution. Like Russell Simmons. they like, we've seen this before. We've heard this song before, and we're not willing to let this one go. Wasn't Russell Simmons also in New York? Like his cases, were they? I can't remember. Because if they were, they let him go. Not saying they should I'm saying they dropped the ball, let him go. Is what I mean. I don't want nobody misunderstanding. They dropped the ball on him. This fact alone would provide a compelling incentive for anyone to flee prosecution, but the incentive to flee is especially strong for this defendant, who is age 54, Oh, they say the same thing. Faces a very real prospect of spending a substantial portion of the rest of his life in prison. I literally, this is truly a blind read, but they're reading my mind, or I'm reading theirs. As detailed below, the evidence of the case is incredibly powerful, as the facts set forth in the indictment and herein make plain. Dozens of victims and witnesses have provided detailed, credible, and corroborating information against the defendant. These individuals include many who personally experienced and witnessed violence and other crimes at the hands of the defendant. Moreover, their accounts will be corroborated by the significant eccentric evidence, including financial and billing records, travel records, electronic data, and communication. They're going to be having the text messages about planning the freak offs and everything, y'all, including extensive communication by which the defendant himself, by and with the defendant himself. For example, victim testimony regarding the freak off is at times corroborated by the witness testimony, communications with the defendant and commercial S worker, travel records, hotel records, video of the, they're going to be playing videos of it in the courtroom, y'all, and records reflecting and indicating payment. Similarly, a victim's physical abuse may be corroborated by, among other things, video of the abuse, photos of injuries, reports made to law enforcement, communications with the defendant and others, and testimony from other witnesses who saw or heard about the abuse. Y'all think Jairus White gonna be on the stage on a witness stand? The vast and varied sources of evidence described in detail below will be compelling evidence of guilt at any trial. In this case, thus, the serious risk of conviction provides further incentive for the defendant to flee persecution. Moreover, in this case, the risk of flight is augmented by the nature of the evidence against the defendant. The evidence against the defendant, which would be made public at trial, includes substantial evidence that is highly sensitive. This is telling y'all, because I remember yesterday somebody was saying, "Oh, why are they saying so much? They putting too much out there." No, not even. They sitting here saying that they have substantial evidence that is highly sensitive and has the potential to significantly and negatively impact the defendant's reputation. For example, dozens of video recording created by the defendant of freak-offs with victims. For decades, the defendant has spent significant time and resources ensuring that his criminal conduct avoids public scrutiny. And it worked until now. It worked until 2024. Given the potential penalties here, both incarceration and reputational harm, the defendant has every incentive to flee to avoid persecution and public trial. Right. He could go to Bali like some of the other criminals that we talk about and Russell Simmons plan to do or have done, because when they do that, then they go to a whole different country who don't really know all their history and all that, all that they've done. They get to start reinvent themselves. The defendant's incentive to flee, outlined above, coupled with the defendant's seemingly limitless resources, create significant risk of non-appearance. The defendant's net worth is publicly estimated at being close to $1 billion. Indeed, the investigation of this case has revealed that the defendant has access to vast funds and resources, including deep reserves of cash, which would facilitate his evasion of prosecution. So they're saying that with the kind of money that Diddy has, not only would he be able to, the man got a private jet for one, but not only would he be able to escape, but it would be harder for them to find him if there's no paper trail. So yeah, it's a problem. says at least as of December of 2023, the defendant had access to dozens of bank accounts, some personal and many other corporate entities, which contain millions of dollars. Additionally, as of December of 2023, the defendant had over $1 million in personal cash on hand. On hand, this man has more than some of our wealth. He has in cash $1 million at his disposal in cash. The defendant has traveled internationally several times per year since at least 2006, and since approximately 2019 has owned a personal plane on which he has traveled internationally. Well, he ain't had his plane that long. Diddy, let me find out you new money. I mean, technically he is definitely new money, but you real new money. You just bought your plane 5 years ago now. That's real new money. He has owned a personal plane on which he has traveled internationally. The defendant maintains 2 primary residences in Los Angeles and Miami. In addition to his private plane, the defendant owns multiple vehicles in multiple locations. He has a personal staff, including assistants, security, chefs, trainers, and others who perform tasks at his command, including transporting him, delivering him currency, securing narcotics for him, and other tasks. And he is extraordinarily well connected both within and outside of the entertainment industry. In short, if the defendant wanted to flee, he has money. He has the money, manpower, and the tools to do so quickly and without detection. The defendant's lack of access to his passport or private jet would not negate the fact that the defendant could easily buy his way out of facing justice. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. As discussed below, the defendant's legal team has attempted to mitigate this substantial flight risk by taking steps such as taking his family's passports, attempting to sell his plane, and reporting his whereabouts to the government. These steps have been taken with the precise goal of crafting an argument for bail before the court. They like, we see you coming. We already know what you up to. You did all of that, not because you are so loving, caring, and giving, and all of this is a farce. It's because you were trying to manipulate the system, as you have many other times in your life, and gotten away with it. So this was all self-serving, had nothing to do with everybody else. While the defendant may have made the calculated decision in consultation with his attorney not to flee before any charges were filed, that calculus inevitably changes today, when the indictment charging the defendant with extremely serious offenses carrying enormous potential penalties was unsealed. He is now, for the first time in his life, facing a mandatory minimum term of imprisonment of 15 years and a maximum term of imprisonment of life, in which the government is prepared to prove the charges against him by, among other things, the testimony of dozens of witnesses and victims to his serial abuse, and evidence from dozens of his own electronic devices and those of his co-conspirators. So they like, we got his devices and we got the devices of his co-conspirators. I was reading somewhere where they said they had 90 phones, and I was like, am I reading this correct? 90 phones. So there's another article. I'll end up reading that in a different show. But yeah, they kind of inventory what they have. So given the serious nature of his charges, the strength of the evidence, the defendant's access to a vast amount of resources, his risk of flight is more pronounced today than it has ever been. So now he even kind of shot himself in the foot, or his attorneys did, because they're now saying you had a better chance of getting away before because you didn't know what the actual charges were. You didn't know what the actual charges were, and you didn't know, what this was looking like. You didn't know if this was looking like something that we might try to get you for, a year or two in jail, 5 years in jail, or a lifetime. Now you know for sure. So we know that you know what's at stake. Okay, how much more we got of this? Okay, we basically got another page and a half, maybe. Okay, I'll finish this. Says the weight of the evidence. In considering the danger and risk of the flight presented by the defendant, the court is also required to consider the weight of the evidence against the defendant. They give statute. The defendant faces a strong and powerful case here, only magnifying the danger he could present to others, especially victims and witnesses ready to testify against him, and the risk he flees. The evidence in this case consists of a vast amount of victims and witness testimony, electronic evidence, physical evidence, and subpoena returns, and other voluntary productions, among other things. They like, we got so much more than this, but here's kind of the basics of what we have. As to witness to date, the government has conducted interviews with over 50 victims and witnesses, many of whom saw or experienced the defendant's abuse. Many of the witnesses corroborated one another. So they like the stories also aligned. And their accounts are similarly consistent with the other types of evidence discussed below. So they like, and their testimony aligns with what we already had. Evidence. The government only expects that number to continue to grow, given that the investigation, which is now public, is ongoing. This is what they're telling you. They're expecting this to get much larger because the investigation is now, which is now public, is still also ongoing. So they like, it's public, which means more people are going to start coming out. Y'all, this is going to be huge, huge, huge. The electronic evidence is similarly vast. The government has sought and obtained numerous search warrants for such evidence, in addition to obtaining evidence voluntarily from certain victims and witnesses. Setting aside devices seized in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90, here it is, I saw this in an article, but they got it here, have obtained over 90 cell phones, laptops, and cloud storage accounts, as well as over 30 other electronic and storage devices such as hard drives, thumb drives, cameras, and surveillance systems. That ain't all from Cassie, y'all, if y'all didn't know. Why his attorney trying to act like this is all just about Cassie. They ain't got no 90 cell phones and 30 other electronic storage devices for Cassie's situation only. That ain't what that's about. And what this tells you is that they have been doing other search warrants. They're not just talking about Diddy's two houses. They're alluding to here that they had been doing other search warrants on the people around him in his camp. Those people not Diddy, so that stuff didn't make the national news. This is going to be bad. Diddy getting life. Diddy getting life. This electronic data comes from the defendant himself, as well as co-conspirators, victims, and witnesses, and chronicles much of the defendant's criminal activity as it occurs. Real-time evidence. The evidence also consists of physical evidence, which was seized pursuant to the search warrants executed at the defendant's residence in Los Angeles and Miami, as well as on his person and the persons of certain co-conspirators. In addition to the arms and electronics discussed above, the physical evidence also includes other evidence of freak-offs, including over 1,000 bottles of Bebelol and personal lubricants. Finally, the evidence includes records obtained pursuant to over 300 grand jury subpoenas. 300 subpoenas and other voluntary productions. These materials come from over 100 entities and individuals, including communications providers, tech companies. So they're talking about your phone companies, your Sprints, your T-Mobiles, and all that. Social media companies, your Facebooks, your Instagrams, your TikToks, your Twitters, banks and other financial institutions, airlines, hotels, car services, and other travel-related companies, escort services, and even the defendant's companies and wealth management firms. So he was hiring legitimate escorts and then having them get into the debauchery as well. They didn't report him either. They like, this, oh God, it's so much. Together, this evidence, as well as other evidence gathered, powerfully this demonstrates the defendant's guilt and counsels in favor of detention. Now they're going to talk about his proposed bail package. This foolishness. And they like, and this foolishness. The defendant's proposed bail package is insufficient. This foolishness is insufficient. For all the reasons set forth herein, there is no bail package that can reasonably assure the safety of others in this case, where the defendant has engaged in decades-long pattern of violence against women and others, and has used his wealth and power to ensure that his criminal conduct goes unpunished through manipulative and obstructive conduct. In particular, the bail package proposed by the defense counsel is insufficient because it fails to adequately protect others from the defendant's violence, impose measures to prevent and detect obstruction, or prevent the defendant from accessing his vast resources, including millions of dollars in cash. Can't get over that. He carrying all the cash. Who the hell got $1 million in cash on him? To evade prosecution or dissipate those assets to avoid financial penalties for his crimes. Oh, they like he had money, I think is what they're saying. Defense counsel has proposed certain bail conditions, including home detention with electronic monitoring and a $50 million bond secured by the defendant's Miami property. These conditions are plainly insufficient to address the legitimate concerns set out above. In particular, given the defendant's history of engaging in obstructive conduct, the court must reject the insufficient conditions proposed by the defense counsel, which do nothing to prevent and detect such conduct. So they like, we can't tell what he's doing with no GPS ankle monitor. So they're using case law again. Says notably, the defendant's previous proposed conditions do not include provisions related to his access to electronic devices, which, as outlined above, the defendant uses to engage in obstructive conduct, making them phone calls, threatening people, reminding people of who he is. Do you know who I am? Nor do the proposed conditions include information related to or restrictions on access to the defendant's vast resources, including the multiple personal bank accounts, the bank accounts in the name of the defendant's business, deep cash reserves, and does not forget his mom and his babies and his kids. And them twins probably got a nice bank account that just got set up when they were born too. They said, which could facilitate the defendant's flight. Similarly, the proposed conditions fail to protect against the dissipation of assets, which may be subject to forfeiture or penalties on the charges in the indictment. Finally, the proposed conditions do not include that would limit the defendant's potential to engage in violent or abuse, such as rug tasting, not rug tasting, and treatments and surrounding of arms. In conclusion, Jesus, y'all, y'all was serious. Y'all like, don't let him go. Don't let him go. Don't let him go. Like each page, don't let him go because of this. Don't let him go because of that. As set forth above, the defendant poses an ongoing and significant danger to the community, has repeatedly engaged in obstructive conduct, and presents a serious risk of flight. The government respectfully submits that the defendant cannot meet his burden of overcoming the statute of presumption in favor of detention. There are no conditions of bail that would assure that the appearance and compliance of the defendant or the safety of others, according to any application of bond, should be denied. Damian Williams, signed respectfully, submitted, Damian Williams, United States Attorney. Damian, you did a wonderful job. My throat is hurting, but you did an amazing job. It was repetitive in some quite a bit, but I understand. I understand what y'all needed to do with this. So that is the detention memo with them petitioning the judge to not allow the monster to go free, and they didn't. That monster or the variations of him. They didn't let him go free yesterday or today. His attorney, for those of you who joined in a little later, has vowed that they will appeal yet again. And I'm not finna sit here every day and watch through their appeals. That ain't finna go nowhere. So long story short, my words, not theirs, but Diddy finna sit in jail until the trial. That's what I'm saying. His attorneys think that that's not the case, but he'll maybe wake up when they set the trial date and he realizes that Diddy still ain't out. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that's it. I was like looking at Mano. I think I covered everything. Yeah. Nicole's probably had them talking to each other. Diddy has the old mafia mobster mentality. Yes, and then some say that he got that from his father. So yeah, that artwork reminds me of the Good Times, but he ain't having having any good times. Right, it does look like the artwork from Good Times, the TV show. But with that, I thank all of you. Thank you to my moderators that have been on the front end. I see Alice, and I don't know who else I may have seen throughout. Oh, Marianne, I see, and whoever else. I greatly appreciate your hard work, as well as Don Spart as well, and Deshaun and Shanice. But yeah, please hit that like button if you haven't as of yet. It is free to you and invaluable to me, and that's whether you're watching now or on the replay. We need to remind YouTube that we are a blogger and that we cover this sort of stuff so that it's not screwing up a channel, which is currently doing. So make sure you hit that like button to let YouTube know we need Vail doing more than this. Send the right people. Quit doing whatever you're doing with his analytics. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm gonna try to come back tomorrow. Because then I'm going out of town, so it's really only got tomorrow. If I don't go live tomorrow, then I ain't gonna be able to see y'all till next week. So yeah, just stay tuned. If you're not already a member, trying to find what I'm trying to find. Join us over there on Telegram. You can scan the QR code there, or you can, if you're already on Telegram, you can put in Vail B VIP. And that pulls you to our group. That's why I send out notifications, all kind of updates, even when I'm on vacation and stuff. I send you little pictures here or there. I'm more reserved. I'm old school. I don't put all my personal life out in the public parts of social media, but behind, the core group, I share a lot. So Telegram is one of those places I share a little bit more. But if you really want to be involved, join us over there on Patreon at patreon.com/I am Vail B, and it's a whole different world over there. It's all of this plus more, and it's unfiltered, and I can share more because it's not as restrictive as YouTube. So I can put stuff I can't play over here, things I talk about that I can't talk about over here, I can talk about over there. It's a great place. So for adult, unfiltered fun, And it don't always mean raunchy, but we do have some after dark episodes too. But if you want to be a part of any of that for free, you can see some things at $5. At the $5 tier or higher, you get to participate in the live streams and even more. So with that, you all have a great evening. And till the next time tomorrow, make sure to take care and be blessed. Peace.